From the Canticle of the Dragon, thus began the Age of Despair. The roads were tangled.
The winds and the sandstorms dwelt in the husks of cities.
The plains and mountains became our home.
As the old gods lost their power, we called to the blank sky.
Into the cold, dividing gray, to the ears of new gods.
The sky is calm, silent, unmoving. We have yet to hear their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
We have yet to hear their answer.
What ghost lies in the heart of a man or a woman that is not a phantom of their own making? The grasping revenant of an old regret. When we delve into the deep dark, into a world without light to guide us, it is our ghosts that keep us company. They are there, just in the corner of our vision, whispering to us, begging us not to forget them. And when we look towards them, they might vanish, but they are not gone. Ghosts never truly die. Their pain, their regret, their joy, their love, their wrath, their stories live on in us. As you watch our ghost story tonight, know this: it is not just the ghosts of our companions that haunt this tale. Your own phantoms, your own grasping revenants are lingering in the shadows, hungry. And they have a righteous, merciless truth to share with you, one that they have learned over the years. All things come to an end, whether we want them to or not. Agatha Runerock. When last we saw you, you were exploring the dwarven ruins beneath the city of Malmene with your allies, the rogue Averin, the knight Navem, and the dwarven artificer Gerard. After surviving the catacombs' many traps and the flesh-hungry gnolls that stalked your companions, the four of you came to rest in a great chamber with vaulted ceilings held up by intricate columns carved in the likeness of dragons and giants. Now, you are descending alone from the chamber into a secret tunnel revealed by magic. The stone stairway here is smooth and your steps echo out into the tunnel beyond. The tunnel is only 10 feet high and very narrow, wide enough for only one person to move through at a time. Only 20 feet down the corridor, you can see there stands a large iron door with no handles or hinges, and 3 stone-sized indentations laid out into its seemingly impregnable surface. The door glows with a very faint blue light, and you can hear the sound of something on the other side of the door. It sounds like a hammer striking an anvil.
I continue forwards towards that door. I remember what Nova said about it, that she could never get it open. And the things I've been told by Honoria, Fist and Danceless, and Averin about the stones that need to lay in it to unlock it. And I know that I have, I think, one of the stones already. I believe Arverin still has the other.
You have in your possession the green gem that Arverin gave you. You also have in your possession Fistandantilus's blood amulet. It's still on its necklace, but that he has told you is one of the 3 stones, and you know that Arverin has the 3rd stone.
And approaching the door, I take in its scale and workings, and I admire again what must be master craftsmanship by some very long lost dwarves. And I listen to that hammering on the anvil on the other side. And I push my ear up against the door to listen more closely. Try and figure out what it could be.
Roll me
I guess
a perception.
hoping for mechanism. Hoping, it's something that's just been left on. And perception. 14.
You can tell the door is very thick, and it's only the great echo of the hammer striking the anvil. You're sure now, you're certain that's what the sound is. You know that sound. It's the great echo from what must be a large room beyond that causes you to be able to hear it at all. Looking at the door, no hinges, no handle. It almost seamlessly fades into the tunnels of the wall. You can just make out the slightest crack, the slightest difference between where the wall is and where this door is. There are runes written, scrawled under the door. You could know that they're dwarvish runes, but they're not like any dwarvish runes you've ever seen. You can't make out what the words say, but you know this style of architecture. Architecture is one that belongs to your people, just like the rest of these catacombs. And with a 14, I'll say you can't make out specificity, but you do believe that just for a moment between 2 rings of the hammer, you make out what sounds like garbled, grumbled words.
And she straightens and looks almost accusingly at the door. There must be another way that the wizard didn't know. How else could someone be within this room that's allegedly sealed with only 3 rocks to open it? And she pulls out the amulet and looks at it more closely and draws that sword from her back, ready. And she wonders how she's going to break this amulet to free the stone, deciding that the junk around it, the fitting and the chain, are not important. It is all about the stones, as it often is with dwarves.
Are you proficient in Arcana?
I don't believe I am, actually. I think I'm like the worst. Yeah, no, I'm not.
I'll still allow you to make me an Arcana check.
Okay.
I'll also allow you to make me an investigation check as well, and I'll tell you based on those 2.
Okay, so it's a 16 and a 19.
You get the sense as you're observing this bloodstone that the power does reside in the stone itself. You're not sure what the power is, but you can feel it in your hand. You can see the dark swirls, something like blood within the stone, moving through the clear, somewhat transparent gem. Looking at the mechanism of the necklace, you can tell that although the claws that grasp around this amulet are very well and intricately carved, it's a beautiful, if a little bit garish looking chain, that there's nothing special about the necklace that holds the amulet. You could conceivably pry the amulet free from the necklace with some effort.
And I think this is what she begins to do. She actually lays the sword against the door. It's not going to open anytime soon. And she begins to just slowly pry back with her bare fingers, kind of wedging nail underneath and then pulling as much as she can. And if she needs to, she'll find, I guess like a dagger or some sort of knife or something to wedge under for more leverage. But she'll slowly begin to pry this stone from its setting.
All right. I'll allow you to make me either a sleight of hand check if you want to be careful, or an athletics check if you just want to brute force it.
26. And she just is just stones coming out. She doesn't care about the fixture. She knows there's someone suffering upstairs that needs medical help. Stable for now, but you know, she just wants to get this done.
You're able to wedge a dagger into the nook between the stone and the necklace, and with a strong push, the stone pops out of the necklace. It actually slips out of your hand, strikes the ground, and rolls twice onto the ground.
And she'll stoop to pick it up like a marble that's got away from a child's bag, and she kind of grabs it and chucks it up in the air and catches it, and then squeezes it and attempts to just feel that power that's in it. She knows this is magical, but she's very curious about magic now. She's brought magic into herself when she kind of rescued Tanis, and she's been learning to wield the elements in new ways, and all of these stones are powerful. And so she squeezes it.
So tell me, I'll allow you to cast a spell here if you have like identify or detect magic, anything like that.
Nice.
So you can just make me a roll or arcana check again.
10.
You know it's powerful. You can feel its power and its hunger, but you're not sure what exactly that power is or how to wield it. And as you're trying to decipher it, to make sense of it, you hear a voice behind you. Agatha? Agatha, are you there, my girl?
Father, what are you doing down here? And she turns.
There is no one here in the small, smooth tunnel except for you and the shadow that the light from the door is casting off of you onto the floor. But you know those words as you hear them play again in your head. It's not here, it's not now, it's a memory. And that memory returns to you as you hold the bloodstone in your hand here in the dark. You can see in your mind's eye your father, badly wounded in a cave littered with the bones of dwarvish slave soldiers. You can hear the shrill cries of draconians racing through the maze of tunnels beyond this cave as they search for the two of you. You remember this moment.
And I think she takes a breath and reminds herself it's just a memory. And the damn wizard said that you could play with them, change them, shape them. Maybe this is what this does. And she's just gonna ram this into that hole that's about the right size for it on the door to get rid of it, afraid of what else it might stir.
And you can't quite see the door for a moment. You're flickering between two places and two times, and then it comes back into view. Make me a charisma saving throw.
Okay. 4.
You jam the bloodstone amulet into its place in the door, one of the 3 indentations, and it glows a little brighter. And then that memory flickers again. You can see Rufus Runerock look up at you from the ground, his armor broken, a short blade sticking out of his gut. He has blood in his eyes and on his hands. In his hands, he grips an old but unremarkable greatsword, missing a gem from its pommel. Agatha, he whispers again.
What is it? And she stoops down next to him, hand kind of going around him to support him.
He's looking not at you, but past you, as though he can't see you there, but he does lean a little bit into your hold as you wrap your arms around him. You hear an explosion, rock from the tunnel outside. You hear more of those shrill cries of Draconians going out, the alarm going out. He's looking past you, but he says to you, "Remember, Agatha. Remember your grandmother. Remember everything our people have lost. The centuries."
They're coming and you got the sword. Come on. Just gotta get up. Just a little further.
I can't feel my legs, Agatha.
No, you can. You can, Ruthers. They're right underneath you.
You see him grit his teeth, and you can see sweat pouring down the side of his face as he works. But his legs don't move.
Come on, you lay there any longer and they're gonna be here. They're gonna take it again. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Pa, just a little further.
All right. Can you carry me?
There's no way for a dwarf to go, but and she'll help him as best she can to his feet.
He has no support. He can't hold himself up. Make me an athletics check.
16.
Through sheer force of will, you're able to get him up enough that you can drag him. You can hear the scraping of his boots as they go over the dirty ground. You can hear them crunch bone as you pull him through piles of those that have died before here.
There you see? Got your feet? Just a little further.
All right, Agatha, just be careful.
I don't need to be careful. We got the prophecy, we got the sword. It's all gonna be alright. This is it, remember? This is what you wanted. You got it in your hands.
Roll me a strength saving throw.
Okay.
Another explosion rocks from the tunnel outside, and it causes you to fall to your knees. For a moment, your father slips from your arms and lands with a thud against the ground. The sword falls out of his hands. You can hear the Draconians cry, closer now than before. He looks up at you.
Come on, it was just the explosions.
I ain't gonna make it, Agatha. Ye have to take the sword out of here.
No, this is not how it goes. You get the sword and then we do what we got to do. It's your prophecy.
Oh, Agatha, it's not. But I am your father, and I'm telling you, you have to finish it, Agatha. You have to finish it.
I will, alright? As soon as we get out of here. You know, we got to get back to the village and there'll be bread. Remember the bread, don't you?
I remember the... He coughs out blood. He begins to choke on it, and he tries to roll to the side, his head to the side. You can hear that sound now. He's trying to speak, but words aren't coming out. It's just sounds.
Don't waste your time on more words. We don't have time for those. We just gotta get moving. And she's gonna, like, try and pick him up to carry him.
Roll me another athletics check.
15.
You pick up the sword too?
I think to start with, she just picks him up and then she looks at the sword and has to kind of stoop, and it's awkward as she reaches to get the sword as well. Should have strapped this damn thing to you. Now that you got it, you better not lose it.
Manage to get him up again, to drag him, and you get him to the mouth of the tunnel, and it's here that the maze begins. You've worked your way through this maze to get to this place, and it twists into 3 different directions. You can smell smoke coming from all 3 directions. Roll me a perception check.
14.
You can hear the sounds of the Draconians from two of the directions. And one of them very close, you hear their serpentine voice hiss out, "I think they're this way."
Great. Maybe we can hide and I'll just go straight past this. They're stupid, they're Draconians. They can tie their bootlaces if someone didn't tell them how first.
You're not gonna make it, Agatha.
Yes, I am. We're gonna make it. We did it, you know? We came this far. We got the sword and we just gotta get out, alright? We just gotta go back through the maze and then across the camp. And then we'll go to the valley. We'll go home. We'll make it again. We'll make back what they destroyed, alright? We'll find all the others.
He starts coughing again, spitting blood again, but he's gripping onto you as hard as he can. He's not as strong as he was a minute ago.
Fuck, don't do this right now. Why? Fuck, that Draconian. I should have killed him the second I saw him. I should have been quicker. If it was quick enough. Need to find a way to get the weapon in my hand a little bit faster and then he would have been dead. We're not meant to die here. This isn't how this goes. I didn't think we'd find the damn thing and look at it as junk. Fuck, don't you die. And she's trying to stem the blood that's just pouring from his gut. Trying not to move that dagger to make it any worse. And she's just panicking and kind of leaning against the wall of this tunnel, trying to figure out which way to go, what to do, but she's got the sword and she's got her father and he's dying and she knows he's dying. And she knows they're close. I don't know what to do. This wasn't the plan. We had a plan. We had a plan for so long and we fought for them. That was part of the plan to get here. To get the sword. We did what the general says. This stupid fucking war. Give the shit. The shit about any of it. Everyone ends up dead, don't they? And you're not gonna be one of them, you hear me, Rufus? Rufus Runrock does not die here. And she's just panicking.
Roll me a medicine check. You're panicking and trying to stem the blood. His eyes roll into the back of his head. You can only see their whites. For a moment, though, they roll back and he looks directly at you. Blood is still coming out of the wound. You're stemming it as well as you can, but it's spilling from the sides of your hands as you press it to his stomach. And through it all, he smiles at you. He whispers, "Agatha."
What?
Remember that I will always.
Don't you say anything you don't want on your gravestone.
His eyes roll into the back of his head again.
And she looks to see how much pain he's in. And briefly, for a second, she thinks of going and getting the Draconians. She thinks maybe they have a healer. Maybe they have someone who can do something. But then she thinks about the camp and the long days spent there and the days fighting and all of the people that just never came back. You know what, Rufus? If you're gonna die, then you're gonna die a dwarf and you're gonna be free, alright? And then when you die, you're gonna go home. That's what dwarves do, they always go home. Right, so you think about home. Think about that green place down by the stream. You think of the mill that turns and creaks. Because you never did fix the damn mechanism. And you think about all the stories you told. The one about the sword, right? The one about the sword, the blade was broken and got reforged. And as she begins to tell him the story that she's heard so many times about this sword, which she looks at just a piece of junk, she is going to slowly pull the dagger from his gut, and she'll slowly bring it up to his throat with the intention of basically putting him out of his misery, because it's only going to be a little while maybe, but it'll be painful. And I'll get the sword to where it needs to be so that it can do the next bit, right? And the dwarves will be free, like they're meant to be. We're the best, you know? We're the ones the gods got right. Not dragons or elves or humans. Or any of the rest of the kinder. You got us right. And we gotta do the right thing.
He's choking. His hand is shaking. His body is starting to go rigid. But he does reach up and just barely makes it to the side of your face with his fingertips. And he kind of taps you there. Then his hand starts shaking more violently.
Stone was gone home, alright? You found it. You did it all by yourself. You knew you would. Just follow the stories. Just follow them all the way here. Okay? Now you're going home. And I'll find you there, right? I'll come in and you can cut me up the fresh loaf and we'll have a good talk. And I'll have new stories for you. Right? A little new story.
He doesn't answer.
And she stays there probably a moment longer, thinking, talking to him, trying to remember what the right words are, because she was sure there were right words, but she doesn't remember them. And she suddenly comes to the awareness, as like, I think there's probably an aftershock or some rumble or something, and she's listening for Draconians, because now she's angry, now she's mad. They stopped what was meant to be. She didn't do enough, so now she's going to do enough. And so she's just listening and trying to remember the way, because she just made a new promise that she needs to keep.
You can smell the smoke, you can see it, it's stinging your eyes. You can hear the Draconians, again, close. They haven't found you yet. You know, left, right. You're playing the directions backward in your mind, twisting through the tunnels. You think you can make it if you don't get overwhelmed by Draconians on your way out. And Father's still in your arms.
Alright, you get home, you hear? And she sets him down beside the wall, knowing that if she's done this right, he's on his way home and he's not there anymore.
The wheezing stops. You lay him down. His eyes are just staring blankly forward. There's no life in them. You know that at last your father's pain is over, and you are alone in the dark with your phantoms. And then you are back there in the tunnel before the door. One of the 3 gems glowing from its surface. You can still hear just the faint sound, the phantom sound in the back of your ear. Agatha?
right. And I think the rage just coils inside of her, and she just strikes this door as hard as she can with her fists.
The sound is a dull thud. The door doesn't budge. It's ancient and strong. It was made by dwarves.
And it hurts. She punched as hard as she could, and it's flesh against stone. And she squeezes that pain, and with the other hand, she rifles through her stuff to find the other stone, just wanting to what is happening to end. And she scrambles and she pulls out the green stone. And she doesn't linger on this one. She doesn't squeeze it. She doesn't want to know what bullshit magic is locked in the stone. She just wants this door open. She wants her part done. And she wants to go back to that tavern in 5 days and go fishing, and for this not to be real. And she just slams the second stone into the hole that looks right for it.
And the green gem fits perfectly. It glows a little brighter too once you insert it. Now the light that's cast down the hall isn't just that faint blue, it's a mix of blue and green and a deep red. Now there's still a third indentation.
Offering. And she just starts screaming for the other woman. Just pure frustration and rage and heartbreak. Because she doesn't have the third stone and she really wants this done.
As you scream, your sound fills the tunnel and spills out into the chamber beyond. We're going to move away from Agatha and Oberyn and the others for now. We're going to move to another time. In a small stone room without light or windows, a shaggy-haired male dwarf leans over a straw bed. The light from a gas lantern on the table illuminates the room, and Kelvin, you can see that the dwarf's hands are shaking, covered in blood. There seems to be another figure also lying on the bed, but your view of that figure is blocked by the dwarf.
Well, I thought it was done for. But time has other plans.
So you don't know where you are, or more importantly, probably when you are, but you've been jumping from place to place and time to time ever since your run-in with Honoria in the Tower of High Sorcery. You've seen kingdoms come and go. You've seen dragons die. You've seen heroes rise. You've witnessed the very worst and the very best that the world of Kryn has to offer you. And you know this for certain. You are still dead, but your spirit is tied to the physical realm for some unknown purpose.
Just bringing hands together, staring at the scene, going, musing. At this point, he just talks aloud. Spectre doesn't get heard by anything except himself and maybe whatever gods are left in this world. And his mind, now probably seen so much, gone a little mad, then got bored with that. So now we have whatever is being shown here. Well, I hated my family, but this seems important. All right, show me.
The two figures don't seem to hear you, which you had guessed. There's a scream from the figure that's partially covered, that's laying on the bed, and then
hero or tyrant, which one are you?
The small dwarf that's crouched over the bed, leaning over the bed, hands shaking, goes to basically put one arm underneath the other figure. You still can't make out from where you are. You are a ghost. You don't quite walk. It's a little bit more of a hover. But you are free to move. You're not frozen. This isn't a vision.
Him not always having said freedom, once he realizes he can move. Oh, delightful. And without the tyranny of an unseen hand, he shifts around, floating down, getting a view of what he in his mind is definitely the birth of someone. And considering that he still has this inkling that his message wasn't sent, but that's why he's still lingering. Any birth, any night of lovers, anything unrequited is just logged in that library of his mind and looks intently, not at the parents. No. That's not their story. The child. The child is what's important.
There is no child yet, but you do, as you kind of move around, are able to tell this is definitely a birth. The light is dim from the lantern. It's hard to make out the faces unless you really try. There's another scream, and it's you've traveled through time and space enough to have witnessed a few births. They're never pleasant, but there's a lot of pain here. And you see again, if not the face, unless you try, the hand of the husband or the male dwarf shaking nervously.
Do something, you old Cauldry fool. We're going to lose them both. I don't have time for another tragedy.
Are you just watching?
He's flustered. Flustered enough that he's desperate. And in his maddened mind, I'm done with you, foolish dwarf, and possesses him.
All right, and he has to make a saving throw, right?
Yes, wisdom save.
I believe that's a failure on his part. That's an 8.
Oh, yes. As strong as that 8 is, no. He's
so
in.
You are inside this dwarf's body, and now from his perspective, you can catch the lantern light on the female dwarf's face. Kelvin, how do you remember your mother the last time you saw her?
She was a very disappointed woman. She was one who had, by hook and by crook, been married off to the second son of one of the mightiest clans in the entire valley. An absolute idiot, my father. A man who didn't know how to rub 2 coins together, let alone manage a business, or perform any form of craft. The only thing he was good at was drinking. And to be fair, he wasn't even good at that. But she ran the household, and as the 5th son of the family, I had very little expected of me. I did precisely as she thought.
She's younger now than you ever remember seeing her, though she's hurting. Her hair, her beard is slicked down to her face. You are in your father's body. You know it now. And he is not sober. You can feel it. She is crying out in pain. She stops pushing. She stops breathing.
You don't get to die here today, Catherine. You don't get to die. You get to live. You get to live and raise those children as much as you'll hate them. As much as you'll hate me. And he squeezes her arm. And with what knowledge Kelvin has had from the ages, something clicks in his head. He knows the role he has to play. And with that, much like he has brought a few others into this world, he is going to bring himself in, kicking and screaming into this world, and make sure that his mother, as much as she will loathe him, gets to see those days before he leaves her side.
Roll me medicine check.
Strong 8.
Your determination is fierce, but there is something wrong, complications. She, with your encouragement, begins to push again. And she's straining as hard as she can, but there's still something wrong. And you have the brief realization that you're gonna have to think outside of the box.
Nothing's ever simple. And he's going to cheat. If nothing else, Kelvin Stonewarden is a cheat. And so, if his hands cannot deliver this child, he will summon someone else. And he begins to cast Unseen Servant.
She's in so much distress that she doesn't seem to realize that you're casting magic, that anything is happening. She's looking at you strangely for a moment, and then she closes her eyes and continues to push. And you are able to use your magic. You're able to summon your servant.
This time with just complete disdain, seeing her just giving in to the pain. All right, you're going to play midwife, spirit. Together, we're going to bring this life into this world, whatever it is. And a further cheat, especially as Father's Eyes, the first spell he ever learned, Prestidigitation. It's a wonderful spell. You can do all sorts of things with it, like make things lubricated.
All right, roll me. I'm going to let you do Arcana this time. And because your servant's helping you, I'll give you advantage on this roll.
All right. $28.
We won't go into the details, but after some effort, a young dwarvish baby is birthed. The mother is exhausted. Your mother is exhausted, and she's beginning to fall asleep. But she smiles and reaches for the child that's floating in the air, held in the air by your unseen servant. You're standing there too. It has your eyes.
Of course it does. With that, just kind of looking up, I know this isn't the trick of some of the dark gods. They don't have a sense of humor. So Paladine, from the bottom of whatever is left of my heart, fuck you.
Kelvin, as you say that, the dwarf, your mother, the dwarvish woman, manages to shift forward just enough, and she snatches the child out of the air and she holds it to her chest. You begin to flicker in and out, in and out. It's like going lights off, lights on, lights off, lights on. And just before they go off and you leave this place, you hear her whisper, Kelvin. And then you're elsewhere. Kelvin, now you find yourself in the heart of a rotting forest. The trees here are leafless, and black sap weeps from their open wounds onto cold, hard-packed earth. There's very little light coming through the canopy, and what light does exist seems to be muted and gray. Beyond you, a massive tree with 3 gnarled, twisting limbs dominates this tiny clearing. A woman is here, a woman you have seen before. She is clad in white and golden robes that are caked in mud and grime. Her sunny blonde hair hangs over her face, covering it entirely. You can hear a faint whimper from her voice. Sabria Sunishal is bound to this great tree, and black vines entwine her there. Those vines narrow at their ends, and six of the vines are impaling her, pulsing as something within the vine seems to be pumping into this priestess's body. You can see that black sap dripping from those 6 injection points as well.
You're not done with her yet, are you? I know you're here. You won't let her go. But she'll serve you, just not in the way you expect. You'll get a victory, but I'm not going to let it be easy. And with that, the specter just goes quickly, searching the ground. Places the curse says, this must have bones.
Roll me a perception check.
I'm gonna miss.
It's hard to find anything that is the source of this power. At a glance, all of these woods around you are dark and twisted, blighted. You don't need a perception check, though, as you're looking around to see that in the shadows of the surrounding woods, there are a series of small yellow eyes watching on. You can hear childlike voices chanting a single word over and over again. Mirharta, 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 Mirharta.
Whatever dark faith thing that you all little ones are worshipping, it's just a proxy. And with that disdain, just comes up to Sabria, looking close at the injection points. There's magic at play here. He's certain of it. And so we're going to burn a 4th level spell.
All right.
I am pissed. First, I have to go and deliver myself, and now I have to go deliver a priestess. And this day can't end quick enough. So, dispel magic.
All right. When you cast Dispel Magic, it's not that the entire forest around you changes. There's a limitation to your magic. But we will say that the vines entwining her began to wither and die. They fall out of her body, A little bit of that black sap falls out too, and she begins to fall to her knees to the ground. You're not sure if she's conscious or not. She's just slumping back against this massive tree. The chanting stops. The eyes blink out 2 at a time.
You don't get to die here today. I won't let you. And with that, he possesses her body.
She's not really in a position to stop you. Once you enter into her body, she's not really cognizant or conscious, but you sense another presence there, and I need you to make me an Arcana check.
All right. 30 suffice?
It's pretty good. You see it in a flash. At first, you're in a desert. There's tents everywhere, colorful, beautiful tents in this, not city, but very lavish camp. People are screaming, running through the camp, pointing up to the sky. And when you look up, you can see that the sky is falling. The sky is on fire.
So this is where you were. Where you were before everything went wrong, before I made my mistake. All right, how did we get out of here? Show me. You don't get to hide anything anymore. Nothing hides now.
When you demand to be shown, you don't see anything at first. You hear something, a sound. Then you see the face, a face you've seen before, the Jackal Queen. Eyes on fire, blood dripping from the Jackal's maw. It's in the sky, it's in your mind, it's in Sabria's mind. And that phantom fades after a moment. You are there in the forest in Sabria's body, but you are very aware that there are 2 entities besides you inside her mind. And with a 30, I think it's safe to say that there always has been, or at least has been for a very long time.
Oh, I see the story has a sequel. Standing up, dusting the body off, and having a sickly familiarity with this place. I think I left something. I'm gonna go pick it up. And walks out of the forest. Anything that even gives a thought of doing something. Bird, insect, rat, just gets blasted with flame. Fire bolts for days. Until we get to a very specific tree. One that has a dagger in it. An old familiar one. I don't think I can carry this with me, but it might as well be stuck on you. An old trinket to remember me by, for as long as the 2 of you remember. By the way, you owe me.
As you sheath the dagger, that magical dagger, at the edge of the woods now, looking out into the twilight of the fields beyond, you sense Sabria stir within her own mind, and then that flicker, lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off. You have just a moment, and you know that you're about to go elsewhere.
And with that quick moment, just a very quick casting of prestidigitation. You can leave an image. And it's an image of his own face on the tree, right above where the dagger was pulled. And quick little lines. You have no time.
You manage to, with your spell, get out. You have no TI, but before the last two letters of the phrase are finished, you flicker and you're gone. You go elsewhere. Kelvin, you feel bewildered as you leap through time again. The jumps are coming faster and faster now. When they finally stop, you find yourself in a small bedroom in what seems to be a cozy inn with a single window. You can hear the chatter of patrons from outside of the room, the clanking of tankards together. But most noticeably, there are two other figures in this room. A gaunt-faced man with a neatly trimmed black and gray peppered beard, wearing black robes. In front of him, grasping onto him, is a young half-elf. The half-elf's face is pale and unhealthy, and sharp fangs protrude from her gums. The half-elf reaches a hand to touch the side of the wizard's head, and his eyes go wide. Roll me an Arcana check.
16.
You're not sure exactly what the nature is, but you can sense that there's a power in her, an unnatural power in her, that she is feeding off of him.
Curious. I have another curiosity, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
I've lived and unlived a very long time. An unfortunate amount of time. So has that pointy-bearded gentleman. Do we recognize an old rival?
This is Fist and Dantalus. Does Kelvin know Fist and Dantalus?
Oh, yes. I know the child thief. I know the necromancer. We go way, way back. There's a reason certain orphanages are off limits.
You stand there in recognition of the figure, and it's only a moment or two until the half-elf's eyes roll into the back of her head and she begins to faint. Fist and Dantalus hasn't looked towards you. He picks up the young half-elf and he lays her gently down on the bed and seems to be looking over her.
This is the first time I've gotten to see you since the cataclysm. And you're preoccupied. Delightful. Well, let's see what all this familiarity with the half-elf's about. And I'm going to rush over and get a better look at this unconscious half-elf.
Kelvin, you've never met Hoveren before.
No.
So this is your first time seeing her. She is young. She has a scar on one side of her face, a very deep scar. Right now, she seems to be slumbering, but not breathing. She's not alive. Long dark hair spilling out from her hood that's half fallen off of her head. And you can just hear Fist and Dantalus say as he looks down at her, "Don't worry, daughter. I will be here when you awake."
It's been a long time since I've seen a victim of his abuse. Let's see. You're not breathing. What is he using now? Why does he have you? He prefers living agents. It's easier to control someone who can bleed. And you're not easily disposable with that trick of his. You're unsuited. Why does he have you? Why does he care? I've only done this a handful of times, but it seems as though that is how we're doing things now. I want to possess, but I want to go into whatever dreamscape this unconscious woman's in.
I know she's not on camera, but Kiana, why don't you go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage? It was a 15 save.
15 does not save.
Right. So you enter into her mind, not her body, because her body is unresponsive, but you feel yourself sucked along. Not touching on her memories, you find yourself in a wizard's keep, a wizard's study. Books are floating from one bookshelf to another. In turn, there's a small desk in the middle of the keep. There's a window, and that window has no light shining through it. The only light here is a simple candle flickering from the desk. The far end of the study, there's a dark shape in the corner of the room next to a bed. And on the bed, that same half-elf covered in blood, but not moving.
Oh, you poor little thing. You fed off more than you can chew. I haven't encountered one of you before. Only read about them. So, while I have this convenient access to an old friend's library, let's see what we can find real quick. And completely disregarding the dark figure in the woman, and rushing over to the library, ignoring any books that are floating about. That's recent queries. Well, that might be informational. I'm not going to stick around here long, so let's see something that's been collecting dust. What's the old sins of this little mind palace?
Roll me an investigation check.
Delightful. 13.
There's a lot of dusty books here. With a 13, you're not sure if you got the oldest book plucked out of one of these bookshelves. They keep moving too, and as they move, dust falls off of them. This book has no cover, or nothing written on the cover, but it's a leather-bound book. When you turn open the first page, it's blank. The second page is blank. Do you continue to flip through the book?
Quickly, vigorously.
Page after page after page, blank, 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 until you get to the final page, and there are no words, just a drawing, a watercolor drawing, beautiful, so vivid that it's almost real. You see and you know it because you've been there. The Tower of High Sorcery in Palanthas. Above it, a great red shape in the sky, in the shape of the Bloodstone. And chained to the base of the tower, you know her for who she is because you have traveled the world. Takesis, the gigantic dragon goddess with 5 heads, bound to the tower, powerless. The painting, the watercolors shift and move. Just Takesis moves. Her head's moving, snaking about, stretching the chains in one direction or another.
Oh, you kinky fucker. Well, now. Seems like we know what your wanking material is. However, I wouldn't put it past you to actually succeed.
The shape.
Paladine. I see. You can't get things done with your own people. Because, well, let's just face it, they're idiots. So you're hiring out an expert. Fine. I'll fix your problems. Puts the book back on the shelf and just slips out of this place.
You hear behind you, "I will see you soon, Kelvin." And then you begin to flicker. Lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off.
Where are we going now? All right. Where are we going now?
You ask yourself the question, and then you are wrenched through the time stream. It's painful, violent this time. Kelvin, once you land, you find yourself standing in lush green but thinning woodlands with a thin layer of snow on the ground. You see there, huddled together, Sir Riordan, standing nearby two figures that you know from history, Tannis Half-Elven and Lorana the Golden General. And you see Rookon, the Minotaur's horns lowered and his eyes forward. Next to him is a wide-eyed Kender woman with a mechanical arm, a snarling wolf, and a colorfully garbed, dark-haired woman that you've never met before. They all seem to be looking past you at something behind you. They haven't seen you.
Take a quick just snap, because wonderful thing about being dead is you can 360 with the head. Fun party trick. And just snap around and see what they're looking at.
So you exorcist your head all the way around to look behind you. And what you see there is the young black-robed wizard Honoria standing with her back to you. Her robes are billowing in the wind as she chants a spell and waves her arms broadly. Beyond her, you see what it is that has them on guard, a singular giant shape, a black shape painted into the air. The shape vaguely resembles the shadow of a massive person, the limbs, the arms, the legs of a person, but no clothes and no depth. It's as though the creature were as thin as a sheet of parchment. While the figure is mostly without form, it does have a madly smiling face and two white pinpoints for eyes. There's something vaguely familiar about the face, even with its lack of form.
Noria, what did you do with the gift I gave you? You violated some law, didn't you? Let your ambition get ahead of you. And now you're paying the damned price. There are things in this cosmos that lurk at the edges when you do something wrong. And you just decide to bring down your own torment. You fools, you need to run. You have no fucking time. And with that, in a older time, much like in a temple, he realizes just how screwed everyone is and runs like mad.
Which way are you running?
Behind Riordan, for old time's sake.
Do you say anything, or do you do anything, or are you just fleeing?
Run. Tap Riordan on the shoulder as hard as this ephemeral hand can, and just maybe the faintest whisper out of desperation. If you try and cut these, aim for the legs. And rushes.
As you look over your shoulder to whisper to him, you can catch out of the glimpse of your eye. It's not that the creature moves, because it doesn't move. It vanishes and reappears, and each time it does, it's in a different position. The first time you see it, it's looming, standing, almost looking down. The second time, two legs are standing atop two trees, and it's bent over, smiling, reaching downward with its long arms. It's getting closer and closer to Honoria and Riordan and the others. You whisper to Riordan. You're not sure if he's heard you or not, but then you begin to flicker, and you know that you have no time. Just a moment.
And with that one last moment, he will say one quick thing, because he has Riordan right here. One thing that he needs to say. But he doesn't get all of it out. All that is said is the half-elf must.
The lights go on, the lights go off, the lights go on, the lights go off, and every time they come on, that massive, dark shape, that wraith, is closer and closer. And then you're gone through the time stream again. But we're going to return now. We're going to take our story back to our companions in the dwarvish ruins beneath Malmene. Avrin, you hear Agatha's panicked screams from the tunnel below. Navem, you hear it too. Gerard is unconscious. You managed to stabilize his condition, but he will need help if he's going to survive. You've been resting here in this large chamber. And again, you hear Agatha scream.
Without a moment's hesitation, Avin is up on her feet and running towards where Agatha is.
Navem has also drawn his blade and is making all due haste down the hall.
The tunnel is small. The stairs don't have to go down far. It's only 10 feet. They're smooth to walk down, but as you go down the stairs towards the screaming, you will find that the tunnel is narrow. It's very narrow. Only one person can fit through at a time. With your armor of them, it's actually a little difficult for you. You kind of have to turn to the side to move through it.
Well, it's kind of funny how that works, because it technically doesn't, but...
Is that right? Does it just kind of like reshape itself?
I don't know if it reshapes itself so much as it just kind of clips through the wall. If anybody looks at it, it's going to be really weird.
I've played that video game.
Yeah, we all have, I'm pretty sure.
But you see Agatha there, and Agatha, you see them as they descend the stairs.
You need the last stone. Just put it in the door already.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just put it in the door.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and she'll just kind of sidle up and look through her pack and pull out the shadow serpent and look at the indentations and slot it right in.
A moment before you insert it, you all hear a sound from the chamber beyond. What sounds do your magical alarms make, Agatha?
They sound like dwarven war drums. It's the most familiar sound to her that means alarm, that means something is happening. It's not something she's heard too often in her life. When she has heard it, it's meant nothing good is coming. And it's like a rumble of thunder, only a little bit more hasty.
You all hear it now. Oberyn, you're standing right before this door. You got the shadow serpent, the black stone, in your hand.
Sounds like we have visitors. And she's gonna shove it into the door.
Shall we, Agatha? And Nivem will head up to go check and see what's happening.
Agatha is torn between the door and following Nivem. She snatches up the sword that had been laying against it and looks at Oberyn. You better see who it is. I'll be back. I promise you.
You just wanna... I'm gonna go with you guys.
Wait, no, there's someone on the other side of this door. And she looks towards where Nivem's gone. Nivem, shout really loudly when you find out who it is.
I'll try to scream if it's trouble.
Preferable.
So Agatha and Oberyn are staying down by the door, and Nivem's going up.
Sounds right.
Navem, you ascend the stairs, and right as you emerge from that secret tunnel that's been revealed, you see possibly what it is that set off the alarm. It's a man with a neat cropped gray and black beard, wearing black leather armor. He's got a ivory hilted rapier just hanging from his sword belt. He looks at you passively and looks down towards the tunnel beyond. You recognize it to be Hawk, the man who hired you to go down and break the spell that locked out magic from the catacombs and open the door. And he's here now.
It took you long enough. We've almost got the door open.
Good. I'm glad that it's gone well for you. And he glances briefly aside to the unconscious form of Gerard, but just briefly.
Well is rather a bit of an overstatement, but it's been survivable.
I'm glad. Any troubles down there with the door?
None that I've seen so far, but we should join them before it opens just in case there's trouble on the other side.
I agree, and thank you. As I've promised, you will be well rewarded for this.
It had better be worth the trouble. There's been a lot of blood spent already.
Too much.
Very much. And he'll lead the way down into the tunnel.
So before they join the rest of you, you've inserted all 3 stones into this door now. There are 4 colors glowing from it. The faint blue light that the door gives off naturally, the green, the blood red, and this dark black purple color. It's quite bright now. It's hard to look at the door directly. Even the runes, the ancient dwarvish runes on the door, are glowing now. The door hasn't opened yet.
Well,
Then to open. Put the stones and then the damn thing opens.
have you tried pushing it?
You only just put the stone in. And she realizes this is actually probably a pretty good suggestion and turns around and pushes all of that frustration, hands flat to this door. There's no handle, so it has to be pushed.
You push the door and you feel it move inward and click, and then it begins to, with a rumble, roll. The door rolls to the left and rolls to the left, and it opens that way. It fades into the wall, and when it's gone, it's almost as though it had never been there at all. Agatha, you see beyond a very large room with high ceilings but no columns. The room glows with the light of a great forge's fire. You've never seen this large or magnificent of a forge before. Just beautiful carvings that decorate the dark stone of the structure. Dwarves in battle, dwarves fighting dragons, fighting giants, fighting strange creatures that you've never seen before. Large creatures the dwarves seem to be having a conversation with that might be gods or something similar to gods. Nearby the forge is an altar, carved in a similar manner with similar designs, and atop it, a pile of gleaming metal shards. Before the altar, an ancient dwarf, far older than any you've ever met, hammers away at a simple-looking axe resting on a black anvil. The dwarf is wearing tattered rags, and his snow-white beard is so long that it wraps around his entire body several times before it drapes lazily against the ground. He continues to work at a steady rhythm, even as the door opens. Each of his hammer falls rings out that sound that echoes throughout this chamber and beyond. Every once in a while he grumbles, but he doesn't turn back towards you.
Good dwarf. What's your name?
He's all the way up at the top, about to strike the hammer again, and then he stops. He turns very slowly, with a lot of effort. He places the hammer down on the side of the anvil, resting it next to the axe, and he squints over at you. I don't remember my name. I think I used to be an adventurer a long, long time ago.
I know the feeling. How did you come to be here? How long have you been here?
I don't know. A long time. Just me and my hammer, waiting here.
Who are you? And he looks to you, Agatha, and also he notices Averin behind her.
My name's Agatha, and that's Averin. What are you waiting for?
I think I'm supposed to meet an old friend here. We were adventurers a long time ago together. But it's not a world for adventurers anymore, is it?
I don't know, they tell me it is. Sometimes if you know the right places to look. The name of the friend you're waiting for. Is it Vistandantalis?
No, it's Albin. My friend's name was Albin.
I don't know if I know that name.
I do.
Is he your friend too?
Yes. We, parted ways on the road a little while back.
Is he still trying to save the world?
I think he did.
Did he do it?
We are trying to save the world. They don't know about Albin. That's what we're doing.
Well, any friend of Albin's is a friend of mine.
And he kind of waves you in a bit further, and it's at this point, Navem, that you can see them. You actually you catch the tail end of this conversation from behind them in the tunnel, and you see this great forge, this great room beyond the open doorway as well.
What manner of... Wait a minute, did you just say Albin?
Yes.
Old dwarf. He was an adventurer.
Yeah. He was always better at it than I was. I belong here with my hammer and my anvil.
A finer forge I've never seen. What are you called, if I might ask?
You can see that he's thinking really hard. He's looking for his name.
I don't remember. It's been too long.
Smith, then.
Yes. You're here to help Albin?
Yes. Yes, we're here to help Albin. He needed us to come here.
Roll me a deception check.
Oh, yeah. We can do that, sure.
I actually think that Aaron shoots him a look.
I think Agatha looks real confused, like, really? I think that's the story.
Strong side eye. He kind of stares at you for a long moment. You can tell that he's looking specifically at your armor, Navem, and then he looks to first Avrin, but then Agatha. He settles on Agatha. He settles on the dwarf.
How about we call you Axe Forge until we figure out the rest?
That's fine. Come here. Let me get a better look at you.
Right. And she'll walk forward and over. She glances back at Navem. Based on the fact he's not screaming and has walked very calmly into this room, she's pretty sure she knows he's not far behind.
Mm-hmm.
And to note is that Fist and Dantalus has not entered the room.
Of course he hasn't yet. Why would he?
The old dwarf pulls at his beard. He kind of untangles it. Right now, he's actually stepping on a portion of it. He kind of lifts up his foot and pulls it out from underneath and holds it up in one of his hands so that it's not on the ground. And he gives it a little bit of a stroke as he kind of looks at Agatha.
I remember now. I'm not waiting for Albin. I'm waiting for the one with the sword.
Oh. And she looks down to her hand. She'd nearly forgotten she was even carrying it, as this room has been a very strange experience, and she kind of holds it up in presentation. Well, I got this one. It's pretty old.
Yeah, it's not much to look at, is it?
I have to say, I've seen finer swords, but it comes with a good story.
There is nothing more important about a sword than its story.
That's why they put the runes on it. When they fix the blade.
You did fine work, Agatha.
You realize, I don't think you've given him your name yet, have you?
Yeah, she said her name and Averin's.
No, he says it back.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks over to this small altar. It's nothing fancy. It's got some of the carvings on it. But it has a pile of shards, metal shards on top of it.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. That sword, it needs to be finished, doesn't it?
It's missing the stone. Half its blade.
Not a stone that it's missing, but something with a story just as old.
He turns away from the sword and from you, and he walks slowly up the 2 steps that lead up to the top of this altar, and he puts a large, hairy hand on the top of it.
Long time ago, this weapon was whole, and it saved the world from a terrible fate. A great hero wielded it then. Are you a hero, Agatha?
Not really. Adventurer, maybe. Heroes do good things and save people, don't they? Not sure I've done much of that lately.
He smiles a little bit.
Well, no good hero would ever say they are a good hero. Do you want to save people, Agatha?
Who wouldn't want to save people? It was always my job, you know? I go and patrol the roads and keep the people safe. Keep things out that shouldn't be in the village, you know? A lot of people have died. A lot of people who shouldn't have died. We had to get the sword, you know? I'm sorry, what was your question?
You have a choice. You've done well to bring the sword to me. You can leave it here. And if I am to wait another 100, 200, 1,000 years, one day it will be finished. Or you can finish it yourself. Take my hammer. Strike the shards of this lance. And finish it.
I don't know if I have the skill to forge anything. Good with stonemason's tools. You need to climb down a mountain anyway.
Well, my hammer is not a normal hammer.
And he gives you a little bit of a wink.
Oh. And she looks kind of nervously around, feeling very self-conscious. But she sees that Fistandantis hasn't appeared yet. And she looks at the hammer and at that glinting metal pile. I have a friend who wants a Dragonlance. Wants to go jousting on a dragon. That's what the shards are, right? Dragonlance shards.
Just a small piece of what used to be a whole weapon. But the shards, they'll finish your blade. They'll make it whole again.
I guess I better get to work then. And she'll go to the hammer tentatively and pick it up.
It's heavy. It's much heavier than you thought it would be. Roll me an athletics check. You struggle for a moment, you almost drop it, and then you hold it in your hand. He steps aside, he strokes his beard, keeps from stepping on it. He looks around to the others. He says, come closer. Your friends, you should see this.
Edging closer.
Yep.
I imagine Agatha would know she needs to heat the sword, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright. So she'll turn to the forge and I think will a firebolt into it to make the flames grow.
And it's a large forge. It gets very hot very quickly. It was already lit, but your firebolt does.
And it casts just straight down the sword, heating the metal as it goes, and then she'll kind of awkwardly shift the hammer into one hand so that she can move the sword into the flames. It's a lot heavier than it looks. She feels like when a child is called up to the front of the class to do a test, and she hasn't studied for this one, and she doesn't know the answers, so she's going to do her best because everyone is watching. And she tries to remember the weaponsmith and the blacksmith, and anytime she's seen an artisan at work, and tries to channel the calmness that they have, and then tries to think, how the fuck do you forge a sword out of metal? She just goes into the dwarfiest place in the back of her brain and does her best, and occasionally will look towards the dwarf axe forged as she thinks of him currently. So like, am I doing this right? Is this the right step next?
He doesn't say anything, but you do get like, yeah. He's nodding a lot as you work. You strike the blade again and again, ringing out, forging the metal. You take the shards, and what do you do with? What's your goal here?
I think that what she's gonna do is she needs, I think, to melt away the metal of the sword that is wrong. And her plan is obviously to melt down the shards, or at least shape them to the right shape, and then figure it out from there. She's still trying to figure out how the hell she's gonna do this, and part of her wants to call on magic, but she doesn't know if she knows any spells that would help. And then part of her's like, you're a dwarf, you do this properly, you do it step by step, and you make the blade whole. And she's just, I think she's overthinking for a while, but she's trying not to hesitate. And then slowly, I think she just relaxes. It becomes a job. It becomes systematic. She has a plan. It doesn't work. She will figure it out when it doesn't work. So I think she's heating all the metal. This is step one, is heat all the metal. Sweat is good and honest. That's a good start. And yeah, so that's what she's working on.
So you work away at the forge. Avrin and Navam, are you doing anything as she again continues to melt down metal and break away the old part of the weapon that's discolored, and start to work at reforging the blade with these shards?
Is there anything we can do? Any bits we can get or bring or move aside?
You could do whatever you want. You wanna like help her forge the blade?
I mean, if she needs help, does she look like she needs help?
If you help her, I'll give her advantage rather on the roll. If you can tell me how you would like to help her, whether it's bringing her water or however, She can give you instructions.
Well, I mean, I've mended knives before. This is just bigger, right?
A little bit.
And he'll probably basically go to get water to quench and bring some of the shards over if they've been left behind, and basically try and assist as much as he can.
All right. And Avrin, what are you doing?
I think that she's watching, but she's also keeping an eye on the door. That entryway. Just paranoia. Hard habit to kick.
Roll me a perception check.
$22.
You see him there, his face in the dark of the tunnel beyond, just for a moment, then it's gone. But you know he's watching.
Yeah, just keeping an eye. She'll help out if it's needed, but otherwise she will stay out of the way.
The old dwarf watches you for a time, and then you get to a point, Agatha, where you just kind of have to sit back and look at it and think, like, did I manage? Like, yeah, I've worked this metal, I've forged it, I've cooled it. What do I have in my hands? Roll me. Do you have tools, right? You're good with some set of tools.
Yeah, Mason's tools.
Sure. Yeah. Roll that. That's close enough.
I actually don't have it on my sheet.
Oh, that's okay.
So just roll with proficiency?
Yeah, roll with proficiency and add your strength modifier to it.
Okay, so it's 1d20 plus 8.
And you have advantage on this.
Okay, and then we'll roll this twice. Hang on, that doesn't look right. Oh.
Oh.
No, that's alright, I see what.
Should it be a 21?
There we go.
So you continue to work, and the last time you look at the blade, it just doesn't quite look straight. You strike it one more time with a hammer, and as you do, there's a bright flash of light. The light fills this entire room. It's blinding for a moment, and you kind of blink your eyes as those sort of sunspots leave your vision, all three of you. The dwarf is gone. The old dwarf is no longer there. The hammer is gone. The hammer is no longer there. In your hand, Agatha, is the great sword that you know you've had before, but it looks different now. It doesn't look like a piece of junk. Its pommel is clean and shining. There is a metal piece that's shaped like a gem, but it's reflective, like a mirror, in that pommel where there was nothing before, and the long blade itself gleams with a light of its own. It's not reflecting light, it has its own light. It is razor sharp. It's the first time you've looked at the sword, and maybe you could kind of see the stories in the sword. It's lighter in your hand, and as you hold it, it hits against the forge, and the reverberation, that sound, is musical.
Holy shit, it really is the sword.
By the gods, that's a sword.
Some small part of me always thought it was junk.
All that glitters is not gold. It's beautiful.
Where did he go?
Where's your hammer?
Oh. I guess he took it with him. I guess I guess he was done waiting.
Or his work was done.
He's an old friend of Albin's.
He would be, wouldn't he?
There's something I should know about this Albin. Apart from the fact it sounds like he's dead.
He was a very good dwarf. A little too good.
You hear from behind you a soft clap. Quickly. Very good. I have to admit, I did not know if you would be able to find this place and reforge the blade. But look at it. It is beautiful. And you can all see there now is Hawk, Fist, and Dantalus standing in the doorway, taking a few steps in, looking around.
This is what you came for. The sword, is it?
Yes. Your part is done now. I appreciate your help. The sword will do a lot to end the lord of this land's reign, to free its people, and to stop a terrible tragedy from occurring.
Stop someone from becoming a god, I thought was the end goal.
It is. Honoria.
Honoria becoming a god.
That is her goal. And we must stop her.
Alright, we opened the room with the stones, we got the sword. It's the next part of your plan.
Are you all right, Avrin?
More than all right. Though I have a question.
Of course, I am an open book.
Do you intend to use this sword yourself?
Yes. I will wield it best.
No, you won't. It's dwarven. No one but a dwarf wields this sword.
I understand why you would say that. And I understand what this sword means to you. At least, I can tell it means something. But we cannot take any chances. We must be smart now. The world is at stake.
And of course, you only tell this now.
And of course, you would be the only one worthy of wielding this wonderful blade.
I did not say I'm the only one worthy. I am just the most skilled. That is not meant to be insulting. I have lived a long time.
You keep saying that.
You said you needed me and the blade.
I do. I will need your help. There are other enemies besides Honoria. Many other enemies. And you are strong and you are brave.
And I'm afraid you're unable to ever pull the sword from my hand.
I wouldn't pull it from your hand, Agatha. I ask you to give it to me of your own free will and of your heart. If you do so, then it will be mine.
We'll worry about it when we come to that point, I guess. And her grip just tightens on the sword.
I have not come here to be a thief or to steal anything from you. I have come here to make things right again. For you, Havren. For everyone who lives in this land. I would not ask that you give this to me for nothing. I would offer you a trade.
What kind of a trade could you offer? It's not even my sword to give you.
If you wish to give it to me, then it will be mine.
As you see.
He moves his fingers and he speaks a word, an arcane word, and a spectral object appears in his hands. It's a large hourglass with ghostly sand at the bottom of the hourglass. He raises the hourglass in both hands towards the three of you. As I said, I have not brought you here to steal from you. I have brought you here to save the world. We can do that together, and to that end, I am willing to trade. Look here and see what I have to offer.
Agatha's face is just pure apprehension, and she actually looks to Avrin. And all she can remember is how terrible the stones were.
Avrin is staring at Fistandantilus, waiting for the other shoe to drop.
He lets go of the hourglass, the spectral hourglass, and it raises up just a few inches into the air and stays there. What's Navem doing?
Navem is glancing between the others and Fistandantilus like he is unsure. He's a little torn. He was promised a reward. The reward has not yet materialized, nor has Fistandantilus been very forthcoming about what said reward is yet. And meanwhile, the people that he's fought with and bled with and worked with are definitely not trusting him. So there's a kind of a wait-and-see attitude currently.
I understand why you are hesitant to trust me. I deserve nothing less. But I am fair, and we are on the same team. Look here. This is what I will give all of you in exchange for the sword. It gets very quiet. Sorry.
All right, I'll look. And she looks to Avrin like, if this guy does anything, I expect you to rip his throat out, all right? This is the deal, buddy. I'll let you eat him. I expect you to kill him if this goes bad.
I don't think Avrin needs to return a look. No.
That's just, you guys are synced. What about Avrin and Navem? Did they look at what Fistandantilus has to offer?
I think Navem will look with kind of a side glance towards the other two, like, snap me out if something goes wrong here.
And
Oberyn, you're our only hope.
Yeah, Aubrey's not feeling this. So she's gonna stay a little bit back.
Okay.
I'm sure if her father wants to tell her what it is, he will.
Navem, when you look at this spectral hourglass, whose sand isn't flowing, the sand is on the bottom. You see through it, and you see an image, a vision through the hourglass. You see yourself sitting on a black iron throne. You recognize the throne room of Dargard Keep, but it's different. New life has been breathed into it. Draperies, red and flowing, the coat of arms of the Knights of Takesis. Men loyal to you are watching the doorways. They kneel before you and they call you Lord. The vision is just a flicker, a flash, and then it's over. Agatha, you see a vision through the hourglass too. Calm waves lap up against the side of a small fishing boat. An old dwarf in a funny hat with large brim sits in the boat, humming a slow, sad song. He casts a line out from his fishing rod into the sea. It's then that you can see that there's actually a second fishing rod, and it's been propped up on the opposite side of the boat, but the dwarf is alone. The second fishing rod is without anyone to hold it. Do you continue to watch the vision, or is that enough?
I think that's enough for Agatha.
Fistandantilus is standing there, watching you, expectantly.
And how is it within your power to promise this?
I have a great amount of power. And once I set my mind to something, I never stop until it is finished. This is what awaits you once Soth is gone.
That is what awaits me if the usurper is dead by your hand or anyone else's. Why should I help?
Perhaps. Agatha.
It's a very nice party trick you've got. If you were in the tavern, same as I was. I've seen conjuring tricks like that. It's not very imaginative. But I did tell you I'd go with you to the lake. You already made that agreement. She refuses to use the word promise because that's dangerous. And where I go, the sword goes. At least for now.
I think you might have misunderstood my offer, Agatha. That's not a vision of the future. That is right now. Why don't you look again?
She takes a breath and half rolls her eyes, but she looks because she desperately wants to. She wants to see that boat, even though she knows it's a really bad idea.
You do. You see the fishing boat rocking slowly on the calm river. You hear the sad song of Rufus Runerock as he fishes alone, an empty rod on the backside of the boat. But then the vision dives. It dives down beneath the boat, beneath the water. You can see the boat now from its underside, and you can see all around you a half dozen long, slimy, purple, barbed tentacles stretching upwards, grasping for the boat.
What is this? What are you doing?
Fistandantilus reaches out a hand, and he takes the hourglass and he turns it over. The ghostly sand begins to fall slowly, drifting downward. This is how long you have to accept my agreement, to take my offer.
Or what, you kill him?
To save the world? Yes. Oberyn, you should explain to Agatha that I mean what I say.
She doesn't need to. Alright, I'll help you. Like I said I would. Oberyn, you ever forgive him, I'll kill you myself. And she's gonna just stomp out of the room.
You get to the edge of the room, to the door,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't move through it. There's like something there, physical, you can't see it, but something physically barring you from exit. You hear Fistandantilus. The blade.
Said I would give it to you when the time came. You don't need it right now, and as you said, you needed me to fight other things.
Now.
Father, stop it.
I have a problem, Oberyn. I made an agreement to help. But I made another promise. And she's gonna attempt to stab him in the back with the sword. She's just gonna full dwarven Braveheart run because she only has that long to save her dad, so she's gotta shank this guy real quick and get to that boat.
Brave, foolish dwarf.
All right. So, Oberyn, Navem, you hear the Braveheart roar, and the Agatha charges. What do you do in that moment?
Anybody who fights by my side comes home with me. Draw the blade.
All right. Oberyn.
She's not drawing a weapon yet. She knows what it is to disobey her father. She carries the reminder of it on her face. But she starts running towards the scene, not drawing a weapon.
Just running. Does she look at the hourglass, or is she avoiding it?
I think she very briefly looks at it.
Oh no.
Roll me a perception check, and I'll tell you what you see very briefly.
Actually, a 19.
Oh, right, because you're a
I'm a
cheater.
rogue.
That's what I meant, rogue. All right, with a 19, you look through this spectral object and you see beyond it a dark warehouse, it looks like. Boarded up windows, not much there, a couple of empty boxes, and in the middle of the warehouse, a chair. And sitting on the chair, tied to the chair, is Leerly. She's barely conscious. She looks badly beaten. And you can see in the corners of the room, in the shadowy corners of the room, small yellow eyes.
She's angry now. She is pissed.
Everyone can roll me initiative. And before we get to whatever's going to happen, we'll take just a little break. back. So when we left the scene, Fistendantilus had made his offer. Agatha was standing at the doorway, but couldn't move through it. And she didn't have to consider long before Agatha roared out in fury, her newly forged blade in hand, and everyone advanced on Fistendantilus at once. We rolled initiative, and Charlie, you are actually first, so you will go ahead and get to take your action.
Is he surprised? Probably not.
Roll me a stealth check. I mean, you also
I did run screaming at him. I don't think he's shocked. All right. Yeah, she just runs at him with this blade far too soon, and it's not his. And she stabs. 18 to hit.
As you come in, is that with your extra bonus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you come in with your blade, with just barely a sound, he draws his own rapier and he flicks it behind him without looking. He uses his reaction to expert parry, and he just barely knocks your blade aside. It barely misses him.
She goes again.
All right.
26 to hit.
That second swing's a hit.
Alright, so that's just the 13. And then a third
Oh,
swing.
yeah, I see.
As she just hacking into this guy.
And he moves away from the sword just slightly so that it catches his arm. You can see a line of blood spilling from beneath his armor, but he's quick on his feet, very fast on his feet. And your third attack is a 12.
Mm-hmm.
And that comes down overhead and it smashes right into the ground right in front of him between his legs, but it misses him entirely.
And she takes a deep breath. And with her bonus action, she is gonna give herself Dragon's Breath. And it's gonna be... I'm gonna go with fire damage because she's really pissed off and she's just been forging blades. So yeah, I'm gonna go with fire.
All right.
I don't think I can cast that straight away. I think I'll go wait.
It's going to be a 13 on his dexterity saving throw.
Oh, does it go off right away? Let me see.
Oh, does it not?
Let me see. You cast it.
I believe you have to use an action, actually.
Yeah.
Throw it.
Yeah, a bonus action to give it to myself.
Gotcha. You cast the spell Elemental Cry. I gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
so he didn't have to make the saving throw yet.
Nope.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
That is it. She's not moving.
He spins
That's-
around. You managed to cut him once. He parried one of your blows and dodged the other. And he shakes his head just a little bit at you and he says, "It's still not too late for you to change your mind." And then he uses a legendary action to slash at you. And it's almost a lazy, like careless slash with his rapier aimed across your face. And that's going to be a 15 to hit.
Hits.
That's a lazy one?
That's going to be 9 slashing damage.
I think she just takes it. She's just like, sure.
But it's not hit. Oh, now it's his turn. So with your turn over, he uses his cunning action to just disengage a couple of steps back away from you. So there's a little bit of space between you. And he's moving back towards the wall slowly. He's trying to keep all three of you in front of him. And he sheathes his sword and he presses his two fists together, and he speaks an arcane word, and from the back corner of this large space, there's a bright, blinding flash of light. It explodes in all directions. He closes his eyes a moment before. I need you all to make me Constitution saving throws. All right. So none of you succeed on this. You are going to take 38 radiant damage apiece, and you will be blinded until the end of your next turn from his spell. And you can feel the pain. It's like your eyes are on fire from this spell. That's going to be his turn. He continues to retreat back to keep now his wall pressed up against the back of a long corridor. So there's space to the left and to the right of him. There's enough space for him to maybe maneuver, but getting behind him will not currently be possible. That's the end of his turn.
Did that count as a spell attack?
It was a spell.
Okay, because I have Mage Slayer, so when a creature... Oh no, he's not within 5 foot, he bounced back.
Yeah.
We're all good.
Now he's back up against the wall, and Nabem, it's your turn.
Nabem kind of flails about a bit, and then he takes in a calming breath and just... Seramen Keshukan Saya. And as he says this, several copies of himself walk out of his form, as he's borrowed a trick from a friend and cast mirror image.
Perfect. And is he getting close? Like, how far away is he staying from?
He is advancing on Fist and Dantalus. Now he's unhappy. If he was on the fence before, that is no longer the case.
As you approach, he's still kind of blinking off, the bright light, because you are still blinded.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw to see if you can end the effect on you.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? The world we live in. But that's not the world we live in.
So you can just make out shapes barely. You have an idea of where he is in a general sense, but you are still blind. And you hear his voice ring out, echo in the hall. You can lay down your blade. You can take this bargain. The sands have not run out yet.
That was all well and good until you blinded me.
He doesn't say that's fair, but I'll say it's fair. All right, is that your turn?
Unfortunately, I think that has to be at this point in time.
All right. Avern, it's your turn.
Avern is wincing from the light, reminding her of the sunlight. She almost expects the burning sensation that comes from sunlight. But as she tries to continue on her trajectory, still not having drawn a weapon, trying to find Fist and Dantalus.
I'll allow you to make me a perception check at disadvantage.
Cool. $26.
At disadvantage.
Oh, 11. Okay.
You're staggering around. You hear his voice echoing, but sometimes it seems like he's to the left, he's to the right. You're not sure. It'll allow you to make me a Constitution saving throw to see if you can end the effect on you.
I was just realizing that actually be a 19 because...
Oh, okay. because you're a cheat rogue.
I'm a cheat. That's exactly what I am, Dad.
Yeah, then in that case, you know where he is. You have an idea. You can't see him. But
I was like, wait. So she's gonna make her way over to him. And if she can get to him, she's still unarmed. Still hasn't pulled anything out yet.
Okay.
And she's just gonna lean close to him and just, Father, stop this. It's not a deal, it's a manipulation.
Daughter, I cannot take any chances. There is an easy way for this to go. Please do not make it hard.
You can compromise. Why is it always your way?
Because my way is the right way.
How do you know that?
Because I have seen the future.
Just one of many. Isn't that right?
Averin, I will not take a chance. Tell your friends to stop.
You're not helping.
He doesn't say anything else.
That's gonna be my turn.
At the end of your turn, he uses 2 legendary actions to cast a 5th level spell. Again, an arcane word. Fire bursts from his fingertips. It coalesces in a swirl into a ball, and he throws that ball across the room. It's not aimed, so it'll hit Averin, but it will target both Navem and Agatha, and I need dexterity saving throws.
Gonna burn a advantage for that.
Okay. It's a good choice.
Didn't need it, but hey, it's nice anyway.
Be 33 fire damage to Agatha and 16 fire damage to Navem as the fireball explodes. You're still blind at the moment, but you for a moment you can see the smoke in front of your eyes before it clears. That's the end of your turn, Averin, and it's at this moment here, as your ears are ringing, there's been the bright flash of light, the explosion of the fireball, that another figure enters into the chamber, and a flicker. Pope, you were just standing beside Sir Riordan. Lights went on, the lights went off, the lights went on, the lights went off, and when they came on again, you find yourself in this large chamber. It's a forge, but it's much larger than a normal forge, carved every inch of the walls with ancient dwarvish runes and dwarvish stories and pictograms. You see there, by the fire, by the doorway, Fistendantilus, his back to the wall. That half-elf, awake, standing in front of him. And you catch just the tail end of the smoke clearing. And in the middle of that smoke, a somewhat injured-looking knight in black armor, Navem, and Agatha, a dwarf that you've never met before.
Well, I think I'm a student enough of history to get a good grasp on what's on those walls. I think I'm a student enough of history to have a feel for this place. And I think these beady old eyes are sharp enough to see an old friend. And with that, he will call out, "Hello, old friend. The monument to all your sins has arrived."
Fistendantilus looks over at you, and there's about as close as you've ever seen to surprise in his eyes. He's a very carefully guarded person.
Once we have eyes, there you are. You made one terrible mistake. Just one. You managed, with all of your desire for power, to piss off those stronger than you. She wants me here. Both she's want me here. And Paladine wants me here. I'm not fighting you. They are.
You look awful. Have you had a hard day, Kelvin?
I've had every day, old friend. And then some. I've had a couple of yours. Still stealing children and abusing them, I see, for your own purposes. Or is that just a old phase?
Everyone stop and listen to me. Whatever I've done in the past is not now. We can work together, but you're making it very difficult.
Look, I'm fairly certain wherever we are, we're in some sort of tomb. Because, well, that's where I dwell now. And that means that there's a certain she who hungers, who's in the mix. And she, Paladine, and Takesis brought a necromancer to a tomb. And you're on the other side of one of your walls because you're a coward. Let's just call it for what it is, you're a coward. And I'm a ghost. So your walls don't work so well. So while you try and play with your food down here, I'm going to go and find something particularly nasty, probably from one of hers, and send them down to say hello. Ta-ta! And then I'm going to use my move, my dash, bonus action dash, and action to phase through the ground, past him, and upstairs. You know where all those jackal bodies were? That's where we're going to go.
All right. It will take all three of your actions to get past him, through the wall, up the stairs into the massive chamber up above. But you're able to do so because you can actually walk through walls. And he just looks incredulous. His eyes are on fire. He starts to say a word, but then you're through the wall, so he holds back his spell. That's your turn. Charlie, it's your turn.
Okay. And just to confirm, I did hit him last time once, right?
Yes.
Alright, good. Then he needs to make a saving throw because I'm going to shout at him and he has disadvantage because I have Eldritch Knight stuff.
Okay.
It's 14 to beat.
All right.
And I rolled like crap damage, but... Why, Don? Why? Why don't you like me, Don?
Is that half damage?
Yeah.
All right, so how much damage is that altogether?
5. Have my second level spell slot and like it.
All right. So describe the shatter spell in this moment and also make me a constitution saving throw.
Yeah, sure will. So she just summons the rage of ancient dwarves in this hallowed place and calls upon the stones. She's had enough of his stone bullshit. And she tries to just shake him apart with this magic.
And you do manage to make his knees quiver for just a moment, then he steadies himself a little bit.
Unfortunately, because Auburn is right there, she would also need to
also have to make the... She has evasion, though.
What saving throws are these?
Constitution.
Great. Nope.
11 points of shattery damage.
Okay.
Get in the fight, woman! Whose side are you on anyway?
Oh my god.
Team down life choices. That's what I'm on.
The worst team. Get on a good team.
Fistandantilus gets his feet steady again, knowing that Kelvin is going to return with some trick up his sleeve like he does. And he speaks a word and he snaps his fingers. And you all suddenly find yourselves no longer blind, at least for the moment, but you're somewhere else. You're in a 6-walled room, hexagonal room. Old, rusty chandeliers hang overhead, and each of the walls is a mirror. Fistandantilus is gone. The three of you are here together. But you don't see your reflections in the mirror. Each of the mirrors is one of Fistandantilus's reflections. And they all turn towards you at once, raise their arms, utter a word, and a series of eldritch blasts launch out from each wall at all of you, except for Avrin. Because she hasn't done anything yet. So this is going to be versus Agatha. The lowest is a 12. The second lowest is an 18 to hit.
The 12 would miss.
Okay. So 3 Eldritch Blasts strike you for a total of 15 damage.
Okay.
Navem, the lowest is going to be a 15, and the second lowest is going to be a 17.
Neither of those will hit.
What about an 18?
18 gets you there.
So you'll take 10 force damage as 2 of the Eldritch Blasts strike you. And that's actually 4 short. There's actually 4 more. I counted wrong. So 2 more to Avrin, or to Agatha, and 2 more to Navem. 17, 17, 29, 30. So 10 more force damage to each of you. That's Fistandantilus's turn. You all find yourself in this room, and a crossfire of Eldritch Blasts has been launched across the room at you. The chandelier overhead. Yeah.
I have mirror images in play, ironically.
Okay, so roll some mirror images for each of them. So you've been hit. You got hit 4 times?
4 times.
Okay, so do one at a time.
So, yeah, seems good. That's 1.
All right.
That one will hit me.
Okay.
Still got 2 left. Second one will hit me. Okay.
Yeah.
And okay. So that'll hit. So that'll miss. So actually, I've only taken 10 damage. Still have 1 mirror image up and running.
All right. So that's his turn. The chandelier creaks overhead. The only light in this room are the candles that are in its sconces, flickering as it sways. That makes it Navem's turn.
All right. Smashing a mirror sounds like a glorious idea right now, I believe.
All right.
So he'll go ahead and, with his blade catching a light, he'll launch himself in Korak Abi Bisao. And let's go with the green flame blade.
All right, make that attack.
24.
That's a hit. Okay. Roll the damage.
8 piercing, 8 fire. And if there's another mirror within 5 feet, it will also take 8 fire.
So 2 of the mirrors side by side in the corner both crack, but they don't shatter.
Okay. Got it. And then since that was a cantrip, I can go ahead and make another swing on it. And so before I do that, though, I'm going to go ahead and use or actually instead of that, I can only use that instead. I'm going to look down at my blade, realize it's not quite up to snuff for what I need right now, and basically pull my hand over it again. Sir Stella Morder. And the blade will look just that little bit brighter, just that little bit keener as a magic weapon effect takes hold on it.
Awesome. And you said you're going to make another attack?
Yeah, we got another attack coming because cantrips are fun, kids. And whoop.
That'll be a hit.
An 18, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The extra +1 on it. So that'll be 11 magical piercing damage.
And that shatters one of the mirrors. You can see Fistandantilus's eyes reflecting from the shard that's still on the ground where his face once was, staring up at you, glaring up at you. And then it fades. The mirror, the shards are just reflective. There's nothing else there. There's only shadow behind the mirror.
I believe we all know what to do. And that's my turn.
All right, Averin, it's your turn.
Evan is so unhappy right now. So unhappy.
Good.
Yeah, she's gonna go towards one of these mirrors. And I think just kind of shouting back into the room. And just, Father, stop it.
All of the reflections open their mouth to answer you at once, and you hear his voice from all sides, except for the broken mirror. You know how to end this, daughter. You stop it.
Oh, what? You're gonna leave another mark of my disobedience?
He doesn't answer you.
Yeah, she's gonna hit one of these mirrors in frustration.
Okay. Make the attack.
$28.
That's a hit.
And offhand,
Okay.
if it doesn't shatter yet.
It doesn't. It does crack.
22.
Also a hit.
20 points of damage altogether.
It shatters with a second strike. And just like before, the image in it of Fistandantilus fades, and what was behind the mirror isn't a wall, it's just shadow.
And she just spins around, starting to head to another one.
All right. We leave this mirrored room for a moment and return to Kelvin. Kelvin, you've now reached the top of the stairs. You see up there, sleeping, a dwarvish man who looks like he's packed to go on an adventure. I mean, he looks over-prepared, if anything. He's got some sort of mechanical weapon that's laying next to him. You see a couple of dead bodies that are covered in blue fur, and they have long, twisted snouts, broken teeth. One of the bodies is wearing some sort of plain brown robe. It looks vaguely monkish, but it's not adorned with any sigils.
Rushing over to it. I knew you were here. Now, here's where we both get what we want. Because he, you should know, doesn't share power. And I've seen it. I will open my mind and show it to you. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to be a conduit until he is stopped. I don't care which of the three of you decides to do something with me. Just do it. We've got corpses, I've got spells prepared, and we have one very interesting and very passed out dwarf. This is the tools that you have at your disposal. Also, considering that I've been phasing in and out of time, and I know you've been keeping me around, this is precisely the moment that you've kept me around for. I'm not acting now. You have one shot. I'm giving myself up to you, gods. One of you do something.
Make me a charisma saving throw.
I'll spend advantage.
Okay.
$18.
There's no answer from the gods. They're not very responsive individuals, if they exist at all. But you do see the lights go on and off. They flicker on and off, on and off, and then they turn on and they stay there. And you feel more steady. You feel more present here in this time than you have since the Tower of High Sorcery. And you notice as you're standing there that the brown-robed creature with the face of a jackal, it's not dead. It's breathing raggedly, quietly, but it's still there.
Oh, come here, sweetheart. We have a dancing partner to meet. Possess it.
You jump into the body. It moves with an unlife, with your unlife driving it, holding it together. You are able to use this creature, and I have the stats for its weapon, but you find in your hand a 3-headed flail. And this flail has 3 skulls: the skull of a jackal, the skull of maybe a human, a small human, and the skull of a serpent. And as you hold it in your hand, the human-headed skull catches a flame.
So cowardly, Fistendantulus. So cowardly. You might actually get to kill me this time. And starts running down the stairs with his new body.
With a new body, new jackal body, creepy flail weapon. So you have, with this weapon, 2 attacks per turn, and you can choose which head: flaming head, serpent head, or jackal head. So you can use any 2. You can't use the same one twice on one turn. You let me know, and I'll make the roll for you. When you want to use it, you can still use your spells and everything per normal.
Yeah.
We'll say, having done this, you get halfway down the hall. You're going to have to use more movement next turn to get back into the room.
Yeah. Because I'm fairly certain that, again, having that long of a soliloquy burned most of that move, most of that bonus action, and the action.
Mostly you can't, because you're in this body, you can't, phase through walls like a ghost.
Yeah. I can't take shortcuts.
Move like a normal person, yeah. But that's the end of your turn. We're back up to Charlie. Charlie, you're in this mirrored room. You've seen 2 of the walls shatter, and it looks like the 4 remaining walls are beginning to raise their hands again.
Fucking hate mazes, and she's gonna go on a rage around against the machine and just pummel it. I'm gonna start making attacks against the mirrors.
Okay.
9.
That's a hit.
13.
The first mirror shatters at your first blow.
2.
Left.
11.
Second mirror shatters at your blow.
3. Not good.
The final swing just glances off the surface and slips a little bit on the mirror, but you do manage to shatter 2 of them. There are 2 remaining.
Okay. She looks across at Nevin. You're right.
I've had better days.
What the fuck are you doing, Overin?
Arvin had no answer for that.
That's fair. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. So,
oh, actually, no. Sorry. Bonus action, second wind, and heal myself. I knew I had a bonus action.
It's a very good idea.
Oh.
Go ahead and roll that.
1d10 plus 12. plus 12, 16.
Cool. 4 more bolts, 2 at each of you, sound off from the 2 remaining mirrors. These 2 versus Agatha, these 2 versus Navem. So that's going to be a 26 on Agatha. The lowest will be a 19 on Navem. And you still have 1 mirror left. So if you want to roll that, roll it versus the 24 first.
Oh yeah, no, we can do that. That's a good idea. That's the last mirror image, but I'll take it to prevent a little bit of damage.
So you take 5 force damage, Navem, and Agatha, you take 10.
Roger.
Navem, it's your turn.
Actually, I have to make a concentration saving throw.
Go for it. You just have to hit a 10.
Feels good.
Got it. Yeah, feels good. All right.
Yeah, let's get these mirrors cleared out of here because, that's the first step of getting out of this hellhole. So yeah, Korakapi Bisao, and he'll swing it.
That's a hit.
That's big money on that one.
Yeah. 15. Yeah, so that mirror shatters at your strike.
And then the second one is going to go ahead and take...
Does it also take damage?
It also takes damage, because if it's within 5 feet.
So does it also take 14 fire damage? Is that right?
Correct, yes.
They both shatter. You strike this, the green flame bounces off of your blade as that first mirror shatters. It leaps to the other one, and that one shatters too. And again, the shards fall to the ground. Avrin, you've been here before. You've experienced something like this. When the mirrors shatter, the flood of shadows from the outside rush in. You can all feel them crawling up your nose, into your mouth, into your ears, covering you. It's thick like oil. You can't breathe for a few seconds, and then it pulls away. You find yourselves a little dizzy. You can all make me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm gonna use one of my inspirations.
Damn it.
19.
That's a good job. Navem, when you come back, you are blinded again, this time with darkness.
Why is it the eyes again?
It's in your eyes. Agatha and Avrin, you return, so you see where you are. You're back in the forge, that large chamber. Now standing in the center of the chamber, his sword hanging lazily at his side, he kind of leans against it with one hand, his fist in Dantalus, and he's looking at you. He's waiting for you. You can see above him the hourglass, and that sand is almost halfway gone. Navem, it's still your turn.
It is. Can I hear him at all nearby?
Roll me a perception check at disadvantage.
Okay. I'll spend a advantage to bump that back to regular. 13.
No, he's not making any noise, and not enough noise. He's being sneaky. You could, I would let you attack if you'd want, coordinating with your allies, but you will have disadvantage on the attack.
You know what? I don't need to do that, because I'm a better man than that. And he will fish into his armor and pull out what appears to be like a small, green pepper of some kind. And as he kind of, right before he drops it down his throat, Dragonlance imbus, and swallows it. And
all right, and what's it do?
That is a dragon breath on hand for next time.
All right.
Can't cast it now, but later.
Avrin, it's your turn. You're back here. Your father's there. He looks disappointed.
Of course he's disappointed. When is he ever not disappointed in me? She's still has the weapon out from having bashed it into the mirrors. But she's just gonna start walking towards him. You would use Verily again, wouldn't you? Use me to convince my companions.
Don't.
Don't what? Don't feel betrayed after all this?
You have the right to feel as you will, daughter. But do not defy me.
The only times I have felt free to be myself is when I have defied you. Because somehow your right choices always hurt me. Wasn't it always what you told me every time I left for a mission? Make sure I protect myself. What is this protecting? Myself from your influence. Of all the harm that had come with it, that I have to carry with me every single moment.
Grow up, Otherin. And I need you to take an action right now. They could be words, they could be something else.
I have grown up, just without you.
Is that your turn?
She's right up in his face. And she's gonna make it so that he's not gonna be able to move without her in the way.
Okay. At the end of your turn, he uses 2 legendary actions. I need you to make me a Constitution or a Dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
He raises a hand. He touches it to your shoulder. He speaks a word of power, and he casts Disintegrate. You feel a blast of energy throw you backwards, a beam of light coming out of your way as he magically pushes you out of his way. We roll damage for this. $71 force damage.
Okay.
That makes it Pope's turn. Pope, you reach the doorway just in time to see him blast the half-elf back across the room. She hits the ground, she rolls a couple of times, she's still for the moment. You are in your jackal body with your flail in hand. You sense that there's some sort of barrier, magical barrier at the doorway. Oh, I'm seeing it in chat too. Yes, evasion, so you do manage to avoid half of that damage, Kiana. So 35 force damage. You get the sense that you can move through, but once you do, you're not sure you can leave again.
I'm not going to move through. I'll stay on this side. But I have a good view of everybody in this conflict. Okay. Ever the family man, Fist and Dantless? Oh, wait. That's wrong. That's me. You're the child abuser. Right. So I just need to get the rules clear. And with that, swing down and up, and try and hit him with the jackal head. Jackal head, that's what we're feeling today.
So each of these attacks will be at plus, go ahead and make me just a roll a d20 and add +7.
Okay. Come on, roll 20. Don't be like that.
Did you roll? Oh, there he goes.
That one on the first one.
So he ducks and weaves as you rush in. There's a recognition in his eyes. Even though you're in somebody else's body, he knows you and you know him. He avoids the first blow. You do have a second attack with the flail.
We'll go with Serpent Head on this one.
Okay. Another +7. These will all be +7.
$25.
25 will be a hit. You're not currently flanking, so you don't have...
I'm not going. I wasn't planning on getting a sneak attack on Fist and Vandalist.
Yeah. He will make a Constitution saving throw, which he fails. So you strike him with the serpent head, and right before it strikes, green slime drips from its fangs, and he is paralyzed until the end of his next turn. You deal 1d8 plus 4 damage. Anything else in your turn?
Yes. Bonus action. I'm going to... Who's the closest to me of those fighting Fisty?
I think right now it's probably still Averin.
To Averin. Unfortunate child. Be the woman you're meant to be. Strike him. Strike him while he is weak. Drive to the heart!
All right. We're back up to the top of the initiative, Charlie. You've just witnessed this series of events. You've just kind of shaken off coming back into this place from the mirrored room. You've had time to consider, what does Agatha do?
I want to hack and slash at the bad guy, please, Don.
Okay.
For 10,000 points.
You will have advantage on these.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna run in, and she sees like what happened to Averin and all of this, and she's just thinking about her father and that damn hourglass, and she's just gonna try and cut this guy to crap. I want to use inspiration on my first one. Oh no, I've got advantage.
Oh, you have advantage on all these attacks because he's paralyzed, and they're all critical hits if they hit.
So it's a 31 on the first.
All right. Is that the critical damage there? Yes. Okay, 22.
Remind me in a minute there's something else to do.
Okay.
2. So it'd be 21.
That's a hit.
And do I just click again for extra? So that would be
You have to minus the
minus 11, so an additional
23.
3. Yep. Next one, 26.
That's a hit. Minus 3, so that's going to be 21.
And then I would like to second wind and continue the chopping action. Not second wind. Whatever it is where I get another 3.
Yeah, you can burn.
Sorry, action surge.
You can burn the rest of your inspiration, and you'll be able to take another turn.
I can't just use my action surge?
Oh yeah, you can do that. Sorry.
Okay, I would like to do that.
All right, that
so
will be a hit.
Great. That one.
So 29.
And another one.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all these crits coming up. Look at
Yep.
go. That was already done. And one more.
It's a hit. One again.
16. Plus, special feature of my sword. If I score a critical hit on a natural roll of a 19 or a 20, which I did, I may immediately spend my reaction to cast a cantrip. And I would like to cast Ray of Frost, please.
All right, go for it.
And so that's 15 to hit. It's not so good.
So that one will miss.
Yeah.
So you describe this rampage for me, please.
She charges in and she remembers how he parried her previously and rebuffed her attacks, and she's looking like a soldier now. She's looking for her enemy's weakness, and she's channeling this relentless dwarven energy, and she's just planning to cut this guy to pieces because time is running out, and she's gonna do it as quick as she can. So it's just a relentless 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's not even stopping to breathe until she has to.
You see his body rip open. You see blood spilling, pulling out of him. You take off 2 of his fingers with one of the strikes on his left hand. He's holding his hand up, just barely able to move at all, trying to protect himself, but he is, for the moment, locked down. Is that the end of your turn? All right.
Yeah, I don't have any bonus actions.
At the end of his turn, he is no longer paralyzed. He spends 2 legendary actions before Nabem's turn to cast a spell. From the ground, spitting up blood, gargling, he says an arcane word.
Counterspell.
What level counterspell are you using?
3rd.
All right, make me an Arcana check.
Okay.
So it's 10 plus the spell's level because he's casting a higher level spell than what you're counterspelling with.
So Arcana check, you said?
I think that's so, right? Spell casting ability, sorry.
Okay.
So intelligence or whatever it is. I think you use intelligence, right?
Okay. Yeah. So we'll make an intelligence roll with advantage.
Naturally. It's a good
Trying something, Fist and Dantalus?
For a second, Fist and Dantalus begins to shape, begins to change. You see blue scales growing over his skin. You see his body morphing, becoming larger, bigger. For a second, his head is draconic. And then he shrinks back into his own body on the ground and hisses out. It's not too late.
Oh, to murder you? Yes, precisely.
That's his legendary action. It's not his turn. It's not Bem's turn.
Oh. Oh, it's my turn. Why, I'm going to walk up. And I'm going to take my legs out of him. Because he has been dancing around this entire damned time. So...
he's still prone, so
Uh-huh.
you have advantage, but it's not critical because he's no longer paralyzed.
That's fine. That is just fine. I like prone enemies. A 27
That's it.
for 14.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 15. I forgot. I still have a magic weapon up.
Okay.
That'll be a critical hit.
All right.
That will be 17.
Okay.
And another. That will be 14.
All right.
We're going to go ahead and action surge
Naturally.
and just keep going. That's an 18. I'm going to go ahead and re-roll that one, though, because I have Elven Accuracy.
Okay. Re-roll it.
Oh.
With your 18, as you're bringing this barrage down, he just manages to reach out with one hand and grab the rapier and uses his reaction
Actually,
to parry.
It's not an 18, it's a 19.
That'll still be a parry.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So that's...
He just beats your blade out of the way with his, stopping one of the blows at least.
Sure, that's fine. A 24, he won't stop them. That's going to be 15. Another 25 to do
Okay.
9. And then we're going to go ahead and spend 3 inspiration and take another turn. Because we're not
Alright.
done yet.
Go ahead and take your 3 more attacks.
Oh, is it the 3 more attacks that I want? Yes, it
Or
is.
whatever you want.
Oh, I considered it briefly, but no, I like this just the way it is. That'll miss, because now we know what the numbers are. That's a critical hit, though. We'll take that. For
Okay.
15.
All right.
And that 20 should hit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's a 21 anyway, but...
Okay. Yeah, no, that hits.
Okay.
So what's 8 on that one?
That's 9 coming down for that one. And then do I have anything else with my bonus action that I can do? Oh, I do so loathe him. But I think that is everything I have in me right this second.
All right.
How's he looking?
So you and Agatha, Navim and Agatha, you just go over top of him. You just like it's a murder show, pretty much. Like blood is splaying up. It's covering your faces, your weapons. He's still moving, writhing. You're not sure how much more he can take or can't take, but he's definitely bleeding a lot. Avrin, it's your turn.
She calmly walks up. And just looks at him dead in the eyes. I spent 2 years thinking about this moment. I didn't think it would be like this. It's time to be done now. I'm so tired. She's gonna bring up her bone tonfa. And she's gonna With tears in her eyes, she's gonna attack him.
You have advantage.
Many times over.
25. Sneak attack.
How are you attacking him with a bone tonfa?
In all the ways that he ever taught her how to use one.
You press it to his neck and you push downward. You can feel the crunch of his esophagus beneath it. You can hear him try to speak. He can't say the words out loud. His voice is broken. You hear him in your mind.
I'll go back. I'll find you. And I will make you be what I want you to be.
And then you have your second attack. And that's the one you can describe how you do it.
I think as she hears that, she just lifts up the tonfa just a bit. And if you will let me, I'm going to take the dagger that he gave me all those years ago and plunge it into his heart.
You do. And there's not a gasp, there's not a wheeze. There's no surprise, there's no anger, there's no love, there's nothing in his eyes. He's blank-faced. He's alive one moment, and he's dead the next with that dagger in his heart. Kelvin, make me an Arcana check. And Navem, if you're proficient in Arcana, you can make it too.
Absolutely. A 24.
18.
Both of you sense some sort of magic being cast.
No, you don't. Counterspell.
Good.
You summon to counterspell it. You realize that it's not a spell being cast now. It's the spell contingency that had already been cast. You know that there's a contingency that was cast, but you're not sure what it is. Navem, you would know this as well. Charlie, do you have any physical dice on your person?
I think I might do.
What?
I have this beautiful set that Mr. Jonathan Frye sent me.
Well, if you want to crack that open,
All right.
I need you to make me an Arcana check. I need you to whisper it to only me in the Zoom chat. And I'm going to make one as well.
Here. He doesn't get away, not like this.
Not like this, friends. All right. Okay.
I'm rolling my die hard dice. So
I need to
pretty.
check what my modifier is.
It's the contest of wills.
That's...
Averin, you're standing there, looking down at him, dagger in his chest. A couple of moments pass, and his body begins to age rapidly. Yes.
Do I recognize this effect?
No, this isn't a magical effect. What's happening right now,
Okay.
necessarily. What you would witness is that his body ages rapidly, very rapidly. His skin peels away from his bones, and those bones crumble into dust, ash. His clothes melt away as well. And there, in that pile of ash that was your father, Averin, is the dagger and another bloodstone amulet still on its chain.
She looks down at it. The ashes, the dagger, the stone. She leans down, brushes away the ashes a bit to take the chain of that bloodstone. And she just holds it up, silent, contemplating.
This is your moment. You are the one person he has harmed the most that's here. You get to choose what you do with the memories and that monster. This giant, hulking jackal which you had slain, speaking with this eloquent voice, booming down at you. I am not certain what evil he has done to you. I just know I have fought him for ages. And I cannot imagine that evil being released back into the world. But it's your choice. And yours alone. And he will longingly go from that, locking eyes with her, and then ever so unsubtly look at Agatha's sword.
It looks just like it did. As a matter of fact, notably, the blood, it didn't even stick to the blade. It's still shining. It's still singing.
And then from that blade, back to the bloodstone, and back to her eyes.
I don't know. It was the first time. Many times that I've thought about doing this. I would have been happy to just...
Avrin, do you mind if I tell you a story? It might help. Maybe it won't.
I didn't think there was going to be more. That I want there to be more.
This sword, the last time it was in a world. I was going to say this world, but I don't know. Last time it was in a world, it was used to do something great. It was used to kill an evil wizard. This is what this sword was meant to do. You know, the second we saw him again, not to trust him. And I tried to dissuade you so that we could get on with whatever it is we're meant to do, but your gut was right, Avrin. It's all a game. And I'm sure maybe he could have had a part in whatever it is that we had to do, but we don't need him. You don't need him. And that's not a father. Trust me. It's not a father. It's not a family. You know what that feels like. You know what a family is.
I know family. That was not it. That was manipulation. Secrets.
Take your time. You're dealing with memories, stories. I will give you this. In my ages, I have been privileged to be in the company of heroes and villains. I've also had the privilege of being in the company of strong women. Strength is not in spite of weakness. Strength is recognizing it and still picking yourself up. Broken things can be mended, and for the mending they are stronger. You are not a monster. You are not his monster. You are your own woman. You have the family you choose, not what you're born into, what you choose. We are the choices we make. We are the stories of those choices. Take your time. You have a big choice ahead of you.
Elvin. You begin to flicker. The lights go on. The lights go off.
And with that, all of a sudden, the tone completely shifts. In a panic, he stares right at Avrin, right through those tears, with just the eyes of this jackal starting to fade, starting to lull back, and all of a sudden the specter, as solid as it's ever been, peeking through to her. Riordan only has one hope. The half-elf must die. I know not whom. I know not what. But that is his only hope.
The Phantom barely gets out the last words, but this time, Kelvin, you get out the last words. And then the lights go off. And Kelvin is gone. The three of you are there, still.
What did it mean the half-elf must die?
No, fam, that's not important right now. Avrin, I agree with whoever that was. But they were wrong. You don't have all the time in the world to make a decision here. You already know. You've already decided. Trust your gut, Avrin. It's all you've got right now.
Then we have to do whatever it takes. So tired. And I guess there's more to do, though.
So much more. We have to find him.
Gonna walk towards Agatha. And look at the sword. I don't even want to be a hero.
I don't think I want to be either.
Nobody wants to be a hero, but sometimes you just have to be, unfortunately.
It's time to go back to family. She's gonna hand Agatha the stone on the chain.
Agatha will take the stone on the chain, and she's actually gonna set it down on the floor between them. I'm not going to keep this for you, but we could do this next bit together if you like.
Okay.
And she'll hold the sword out between them so that Auburn can take a hand as well, with the intention of destroying the stone between us.
Oberyn, do you join her?
You ready? 3, 2, 1. And she'll wait just a half second for Auburn to push. But then with all of her strength, she'll push down as well.
The two of you bring down the blade together. Oberyn, do you hesitate at all?
No.
We're going to cut away there for a moment as the blade comes down. Kelvin, you find yourself floating once more through the time stream. Memories, some yours, some not yours, appear like phantoms on all sides of you. You try to focus to control yourself, but this is different. You can feel your unliving essence beginning to break apart, slowly to fade. You asked for a second chance, and you received it. But you feel like your time might finally be coming to an end. Where do you go? What do you do?
I go back, if I can, to one place, one thing. I am a cheat. And I'm going back to my book. I'm going back to Honoria. But I know one thing. I know Honoria fails and then gets up. If there's one thing that woman does, she falls and then gets up. So not immediately at that point where I ran, because that would be foolish, but a little bit after, the aftermath of that moment. And if I can, I will do two things. The first thing, to let her know I'm there. Maybe to let a few others know I'm there. There is a spell that gets cast. Galder's Tower. 3rd level. It will give them a place of respite. They don't have time to use it, but it gives them one for 24 hours. And a good necromancer always inks their book in their own blood. And so, with these last stories that I have left, what essence I have, I will live in my own pages. Whatever that means, I'm with her. It's my legacy.
You travel through time to the moment where you saw that giant wraith, correct, in the forest?
Oh, yes. Right where I should fade out from behind Riordan and then fade in just a little bit further behind.
You crossfade in and out, and you cast your spell. You slip back into the time stream, and again, your body is breaking more. What isn't your body, but your spirit, your ID, how you view yourself, is breaking apart. And whatever it means, you believe that you've imprinted part of your life into the pages of your book. You're not sure if it's your life or an artificial life, but a part of you, part of your consciousness is aware, almost as though you're looking up from the pages of that book, and you see above you a kindly old face, short beard, a dwarf in merchant's garb. And he kind of looks down at you and he smiles, and there's a twinkle in his eyes. And he says, I knew that you never really believed in me, but I always believed in you, Kelvin. Good job, my friend. Very good job.
Fuck off, you old coot.
Oh, he laughs and he slowly closes the book. And that's where we will leave Kelvin and Kelvin's story. At least for now. We may see him again at some time. Matt.
Yes.
Navem's witnessed a lot. I think he got more than he bargained for in a lot of ways with this job that he took. He's suffered the loss of an army. He's suffered a defeat. He's suffered the death of a man, a mentor, that if he didn't look up to, at least there's a modicum of respect there.
Definitely respect, if not a little bit of admiration for what he stood for.
Navem's kind of quiet while this conversation between Agatha and Averin and Kelvin is going on about what's going to become of the Bloodstone amulet.
Mm-hmm.
Where does his mind drift in that time?
His mind is pulled in several different directions. The first one is, I can't leave this sword behind. It's the one last chance I have to take back my kingdom. The second thought is, he had another bloodstone. And the third thought is, are the other stones still usable? And these things all run through his mind.
And what is it now that he's hit another roadblock, another dead end, that he's running out of resources?
He hasn't hit another dead end. Not yet. It's more that he's found an unlikely team of people to assist him. They may not realize they're going to do it, but they are going to assist him one way or the other. And so he's going to use that to his advantage as much as he can at this point, with as little as he has left. Because if not, what else can he do but sit by and watch? He is not a man of idleness. Not when there is so much to do. Not when he can be of assistance. Not when the usurper still walks this land and needs slain.
So you wonder about the gems.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder about your future, what part you will play in the events to come, and what will be left of the kingdom if you succeed. You're brought back to life, to the moment, as that sword comes down and shatters upon the Bloodstone amulet and breaks into tiny shards. The reverberations of sound of the blade striking the gem sings out throughout the room. But that is where our story ends tonight. What's to come? We'll find out soon. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Yay, you did it.
Yay!
Did we, Don? Did we?
I said you did.
Yes, you did. And that's inherently why I can't trust it.
Oh, man, I had a blast, everyone. Thank you, Matt and Pope, for being here, bringing them and Kelvin back in such a meaningful way, getting to throw down with Fist and Dantalus. I wasn't sure if you'd all pull the trigger, but I thought if somebody might rush into it, it might be Agatha.
You pressed the dad button. You never pressed the dad button.
Oh yeah,
He tried to be reasonable. He really tried. Anyways, we will see what this brings and how our characters reunited. I know that next week we will be doing another episode, but with the rest of the companions in the forest. So Sir Riordan and Honoria and Rookone and Nova. And we have Prax coming in as a guest star. She has a character that she's been working on for a while. I'm very excited about it. So I'm happy to have them as a guest and to find out what we've missed with the others, and see how they're all going to come together or not come together, really, because I don't know what you guys are going to do. Sometimes I can guess, but not most of the time. But this was excellent. I had so much fun. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, everybody in chat, for hanging around. We've been gone for a couple of weeks, but it felt so good to be back. I want to go around in a circle, let everybody say their piece, because I can't help myself. Kiana, how are you doing?
I'm feeling a lot of things. Auburn got her catharsis. The one thing that she's been chasing for like a good portion of her backstory. So that was a time. Yeah. Oof. It's yeah, I mentioned it in her speech and everything, but like she never thought about what would happen if she ever did it. She was kind of just like, I'm happy to just die afterwards. Because that was her only driving force for like 3 or 4 years. But now she's got people to live for.
Or to unlive for.
Or to unlive for. Live for in her own way.
Yes.
So yeah, it's been a very emotional episode, but super fantastic. I always love playing with all of you. It was super cool to have Matt and Pope back and all that crazy stuff that happened with that. Yeah. I'm gonna probably have to decompress and cry a little afterwards. But that's how feels are. That's how team bad life choices happens often. But yeah, you guys find me over on Twitter at KenS. Also find me on the Discord at Mom. I released a DM's Guild adventure with Dawn this week, so that's a way to make me happy and not be crying. So definitely go and check that out if you haven't already. I believe the link is right there in my little shout out thingy. Yeah, I'm excited to see what the others have in store, all that fun stuff. But yeah, whew, a lot of feelings.
Well, I thought you did great. You struggled with the choice, but you were honest the entire time, and I love honesty in role playing. I mean, that we roll dice and we cast spells and we kill bad guys, but we do something. We role play here. That's what this channel is all about, and you really brought it tonight, and I appreciate that. Just like I always appreciate you all bringing everything you've got to the game. I have so much fun with it. Let's go over to Charlie. Charlie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. One thing I want to say first was it was World Suicide Prevention Day this week, and if this episode does nothing else, let it remind you to tell the people you love that you love them, and to reach out and just say hey and check in on people. With that said, I had a great time tonight. It was a super fun episode for me. Fisty brought that shit on himself. He had like 3 strikes. He tried to out-stubborn a dwarf.
3 tries 6. Come on.
Fundamental error trying to out-stubborn and outword a dwarf whose expertise is stubborn words. I genuinely thought she was going to die for about half of that after that. And I was kind of okay with it. Because when you achieve something that's someone else's dream and has been like the secret hope in you, there was a part of her that genuinely thought that sword was junk. But she was going to keep going because she made a promise. And then she had it and it was real. She wasn't going to hand that over. And I'm pretty sure she believes right now that her father in this world is dead already. She's pretty sure that's the kind of evil she was dealing with. And that's what she's going to have in her mind. But she made promises and she will keep her promises and she will help these people try and save the world. and then she will try and go fishing in 5 days. That's her current plan. She also has not forgotten about the stones in the door and wonders if they're there. But yeah, I had a great time. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to Greg for producing, and thank you to everyone in chat who supported and basically kept us alive. You saved the day numerous times. D&D 5e is not my favorite system. I'm not gonna lie about it. And I'm not very good at combat. But I had a great time, and I always love playing this game. And, you know, if I'm gonna have to play D&D, I guess it should be with you guys. And I can't wait to keep playing it. And I low-key hope Honoria becomes a god, because that's really cool. But also I hope we save the world, because that would also be cool. So yeah, that's all for me. I will be on RPG Webby tomorrow for some more After the Fire fun. That's at 3 p.m. Eastern. It's a great campaign. I play with Don and a bunch of other really cool people. And it's just as emotionally traumatic and draining as this one is, in its own special ways. But yeah,
Awesome.
thank you so much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed Agatha tonight. I always do. You guys were close, and I'll throw this out in here now. If he had cast polymorph into an adult blue dragon, that could have been a problem. He had a couple of high-level spells left that, because of the paralysis, you actually managed to hold him off for another round. That could have been a problem. So you guys kicked ass. I was worried about, if you guys chose to fight him, I was seriously worried about a TPK tonight. Seriously worried about it. So I'm glad that it didn't. I didn't want to hold back any punches. I didn't even think that Pope would go up and try to possess the jackal and do that whole thing, but I thought it was awesome, and that's what it's all about. So let's continue on for now. And Matt, thank you for being here for the last couple of episodes with Malvin. It was great seeing him again, and getting him to do some Dungeons and Dragons, dungeon delving, wizard.
Yeah, some actual dungeon shit. It's been amazing and fun. As always, a joy to play with everybody. Charlie just brings the character beats and will outstarboard anybody any day of the week. Don't let her tell you otherwise. Kiana, oh honey, I'm so sorry, but at the same time, you got the fucker. So that we know of. I am still suspicious as hell, because I know things, and I know horror movies, and I know this asshole right here, and there was a spare bloodstone. So that in mind, this was great. Had a great time. And of course, Pope, I'm sorry, that last but not least, Mr. Pope back there with the play of the game, with the jackal possession. I just cannot say enough good words for him. He is a fantastic player and a man who loves to tell stories, and I can't get enough of that. So hope everybody loved watching this tonight. This is the best game in town, this and After the Fire, pretty much, my opinion, personally. But, I might be a little biased here. So if you want to find me, you can find me at The Killer GM over on Twitter. And I have just started casting for my own first game, The Dreadful Beat of DJ Strahd. It is going to be... it's Curse of Strahd, but not quite your normal Curse of Strahd. If you're all right with a little bit of neon and techno music involved, and we can work that through. Yes. And voguing. Absolutely voguing.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out more about it, because I love the pitch for it. I love the idea of it. I want to see Rave Strahd so bad. So I'm glad that you're doing that. I hope you guys, if you're watching this and you are looking to get into a game, I think Matt's still got a tweet up there somewhere recently about how you can get involved. It's his pinned tweet. So go to his Twitter. It's in the chat right now, The Killer GM, and take a look at it, because it's going to be really cool. And people should play D&D or other games. You should play whatever games you want, but you should
play what makes you happy.
Play what makes you happy, and do it with good people. And Matt's great people. So, Pope, last but not least, how are you doing? It's great to play with you again.
Oh, that was something, and it's good to be back. I have a slightly happy, slightly chuckling necromancer in my head. For there was one thing that that little voice would not stop talking about, was getting the message delivered. And so with that, I have a little less gnawing in the back of my head. For that, I thank you. As for this is always a delight. All these people are absolutely incredible. The story is possibly the best one I have ever had the privilege to be a part of. Full stop, just is. This is a very special community, and I am feel so graced and so privileged to be a part of it. And that also includes you, chat, and those of you viewing on YouTube and the VOD. Thank you so much for joining us whenever you can, and however you can. Thank you. I love each and every one of you. As for me, yes, I am Pope World Build on the Twitters and on the Twitch. I lurk in all your streams. And if you're wanting to see more of me in something also unfortunately feels stabby, you can check me out over on another wonderful person who's a semi-irregular here, Jim over at Other Doc. Over on September 24th is when we're coming back for Mashed, a story of the Korean War. That one's rough. That one is also rough, but it's worth it. There is lots of the same things that you see here: laughter, horror, sadness, family. And that's what it's all about. Good stories, good people, good community. And I can't thank each and every one of you enough. Fellow players, Charlie, Kinna, Matt, Dawn, you always bring the best out of me, whether it's in chat on the Discord or amazingly here. You always manage to make me a better person, and for that I am so thankful. With that, I bid you all adieu.
Thank you very much. The feeling is very mutual. I feel very grateful to have all of you in my life, everybody in chat, people who watch the show and are so kind and so involved in it. It means a lot to me. I love this story. I love my friends that I get to play it with. I love the community of folks who follow it. And I love all the things that happen, all the decisions Kelvin made tonight. I loved all of them. I thought they're amazing. I'm gonna have to rewatch my own episode just to take notes, because you kept prodding at the timeline in little ways. You kept leaving your mark, and that's one of the things that's the great joy for me with this campaign is all of the time fuckery. I love it, and I love trying to make it all come together. So I'm glad that Kelvin's message will finally get out there. He tried Noria, and Noria was not the best messenger, it turns out. Which I knew. but great playing tonight. Role playing, mechanics playing, just a blast. Everyone go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw for corruption. And as you're doing that, I'll tell you, Kiana already mentioned it, check out the DM's Guild adventure that she and I wrote together. It's a solo adventure. You can play alone, you can play with friends, you can do it with the DM. We've got adaptations to let you do it any way you'd like. It is a prequel to Descent into Avernus, and we're really proud of it. It's one of my favorite adventures that I've ever been a part of, and I think it's great for new players. So if you have like a family member or somebody who you've been wanting to get into D&D, I actually think this is a really good way to do it. And that's all I'll say about it. You can follow me online. You know where I am. It's in the chat right now. Let's look at these corruptions.
I have an additional thing I'd like to just quickly mention. Greg today tweeted out a very important post I want everyone to go and look at. It's about a wonderful podcast written, produced, edited, created by someone who is very much part of this game as well, although it's way past your bedtime, young man, go to bed. My Eldritch Knight coach behind the scenes. Please go and check that out. If you have iTunes, go and leave a review. I know there's an RSS feed for it somewhere as well. It's a wonderful podcast. I think it's, Greg will correct me if I'm wrong, awkward middle schoolers.
the Awkward Middle Schoolers podcast, and I do also like. I really enjoy it. The rapport is really great, and you know, if I tried to create a podcast when I was a kid, like I wouldn't be able to do that. I think it's amazing that they're doing it. They're
it's
great.
Really eloquent and well thought out. And even though I'm not a middle schooler, I appreciate a lot of the things that they are sharing. So I hope that keeps going.
Yeah, go there, drop a review, listen to the podcast, let them know what you think. You know, give them words of encouragement because they deserve that. They're good, smart kids. And I also will say before I tell you the bad news, if you weren't here on Monday night, we had the first episode of The Realms Remembered this week, which is Greg's show. He's been working on it for a long time, and I got to play in it in the first episode with Summer. It was amazing. I mean, I knew it would be, but I had such a great time. The storytelling's amazing. I know Greg's going to keep bringing it on Monday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's a lot of shows on this channel. This one's something special. So if you get a chance to check out The Realms Remembered, it is D&D 5th edition. It is set in the Forgotten Realms, but it's a little bit of Boz Lerman and some other elements mixed in there. There's a lot of music. There's a lot of art. It's wonderful. So check that out on Mondays. And charisma saving throws. Kiana, you fail. Navem.
I'm indomitable and I crit.
Oh, okay. I see that now. All right. Charlie, Agatha succeeds. So, Avrin, you will, for murdering your father, actually.
Yeah.
1d6 corruption. Agatha. I think I got this right. Agatha, you won the viewer poll to gain redemption. So you gain 1d4 redemption points. So go ahead and roll that for me, guys. Folks. All right.
I'm at 6 corruption.
You're doing so good. And you are what alignment right now?
I am chaotic neutral.
Oh yeah. So you're just 4 corruption points.
I'm just, yeah, you know.
Popo coming for you, Kiana.
You know, vampirism, boyfriend dying, killing my father. Doesn't stack up well.
Well, most of you are close. That's it for us tonight. I had a great time. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're going to go ahead and get out of here, let people go rest themselves. But I can't wait until I get the chance to play with all of you again. Thank you, Greg, behind the scenes, staying here all night, doing all the video and audio and just helping to keep everything steady, making the like snarky faces behind the scene when he both either approved or disapproved of things. You can't see that at home, but I enjoy it. So
you're welcome.
We will see y'all soon. And as we say here on this channel, as the campfire dies down, you can't always roll nat 20s.
Unless you're indomitable.
You can always role play. Good night, everybody.
Nailed it.